we got some wild news. You know, in between me setting up the stream and me actually clicking start stream, the IDF actually confirmed that Sinwar has been eliminated. We'll get to that in a second. Okay, we're good now. Okay. Ooh, that's an interesting one. Nicaragua to Greenland. I need Honduras, right? Or wait, I think I need Honduras. Honduras is the one above it, right? Yeah, thank God. Guatemala, Mexico, U.S., Canada. I spelled Guatemala. What? Easy. It's never a challenge. Practice. Hello. Let me do my 17 guesses, please. Jordan to Spain. I actually don't know. Wait, what is it? Israel, Syria? Does Jordan border Syria? It does. Okay. Turkey, Bulgaria, Romania, I think, and then we'll do France, Germany. I think the fastest way is just going to be Austria-Hungary. I think. Yeah. Okay. Wild. All right, but like I said, it is now. We now have confirmation. Sinwar has finally been eliminated. Took them a while. Miles leader Yahya Sinwar, mastermind of the October 7th attack that triggered the Gaza war, was killed on Thursday. Israeli Foreign Minister Israel Katz said his killing by Israeli forces operating in Gaza marks a huge success for Israel and a pivotal event in the year-long war. Although there are a number of possible scenarios, mass murderer Yahya Sinwar was responsible for the massacre on October 7th, was killed by the IDF, blah, 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 blah. This is a great military and moral achievement for Israel and a victory for the entire free world against the axis of radical Islam led by Iran. Sinwar's assassination creates the opportunity for the immediate release of hostages to bring about a change that will lead to a new reality in Gaza without Hamas and Iranian control. We'll see. Earlier, the Israeli army and police carried out DNA checks on a corpse of a man believed to be their arch foe. There was no immediate comment from Hamas. In Israel, families of hostages held by Hamas said that they hoped that a ceasefire would now be reached. That would bring home to captives in Gaza. Who is even agreeing to this ceasefire at this point? Who is left? Who is left? Who are their diplomats? I think there's still Hamas diplomats in Egypt negotiating. Who are they? Who are they reporting to at this point? Hayini's dead. Sinwar is dead. Everyone in Hezbollah is dead. I don't know if Hezbollah had diplomats there. I would guess that they probably had some at least. Who's left? The demise of Sinwar is a major boost to the Israeli military and Prime Minister Netanyahu as the devastating war in Palestine in the Palestinian enclave grinds into its second year. Sinwar, who was named as Hamas's overall leader following the assassination of the political chief Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran in July, was believed to be hiding in the warren of tunnels Hamas built under Gaza in the past 2 decades. His death could dial up hostilities in Middle East. Jesus. But a prospect of an even wider conflict has grown. And then, right after this happened, I haven't seen many news outlets reporting this, so I don't know how much we know. But to sort by date. This is aircraft infiltration. Apparently, a few settlements in northern Gaza, not northern Israel, are on alert because they think Hezbollah is doing ground raids there now. But what is it? I have no clue whether to see. I wouldn't think there'd be this many, like, I don't want to say reputable, semi-popular, like, Twitter pages posting about it, if there wasn't at least something behind it. But apparently the only media reporting on it is Hebrew media, which I can't read or anything. I don't know. I would expect if it was something bigger, there would be more reporting on it. But I don't know. We'll see. Sinwar death won't bring back those who were lost, former soldier says. He's happy Sinwar's dead. She has mixed feelings about the news. On the other hand, 5 of my friends are still not here. They're still in captivity. Responsible for the fact that they are held hostage. His death will not bring back the rest of my family and friends. Damn. There are still, I'm pretty sure, ceasefire Gaza, Egypt, negotiations. There are still negotiations going on, right? I just don't know. I just don't know who. I don't think either. Well, Hamas didn't want one because they were kind of, banking on the war expanding, which it did. Netanyahu doesn't really want one either. So, I don't know what the point of them were, but I'm pretty sure there are still. I think there were still diplomats there. This is the November deal. What's up, Clifton K? White left is really showing their asses by refusing to endorse Harris. True. Just say you don't care about protecting black men's crypto assets and go. I know. But I don't even... Are there? I'm pretty sure there are still diplomats there. It's just obviously they're not getting anything done. And they have no one to report to at this point. It's late July when 3 secretive men charged with near impossible mission believe that they are finally at cusp of a breakthrough. U.S. spy chief, head of Egyptian intelligence service, and Qatar's prime minister arrived on a summer day at a private Qatar-owned villa in Rome, convinced that a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas was tantalizingly close. But it's killed your leader, let's talk peace. It's... it's wild. I mean, like, one, like I said, who are any of the diplomats even reporting to anymore? There's no one there. There's no one there to, like, report to. And 2, I can understand that view, but I can also understand, like, assassinating the head of the military and a political head because he replaced the political head when the political head was assassinated. That probably puts you in a better, all else equal, that probably puts you in a better negotiating position, right? But you've known each other for years, Bill Byrne, blah, 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 soft-spoken, blah, 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 blah. I don't know, like, last I heard, they were still trying to do it. I don't know. Well, trying's a funny word. They were still formally trying to do it. Who knows if any of the people are actually wanted to. I don't think Netanyahu really wanted to, and I don't think Hamas really wanted to at least after a certain point when Hezbollah started doing more shit, because they thought if the war expanded, they were kind of didn't it come out they were kind of banking on that, like they had alerted Iran of their plans to attack earlier, and they were hoping the Intifada would spread, the Islamic resistance movement would all rise up against Israel. What's up? Are you still in Florida?
I'm still in Florida.
Wow, nerd, loser.
No, I'm just hopping in to say, read Peddling Prosperity. Krugman is the GOAT, and that's it.
Yeah, okay.
And that's it, bye.
All right. Wow, okay. What's up, Strasser? Welcome back. Team Islamic Resistance, formerly led by Sinwar. Yeah, but I don't know if the Rome meeting did not go on plan. Israel's the negotiator, David Barnea, is that how I pronounce it? Head of Israel's intelligence agency, Mossad, presented a clarification document. Says a diplomat briefed on the talks. Any optimism rapidly drained away, and the mood became very tense. Israel's position had hardened. Now a sliver of land along Gaza and the Egyptian border had become the main roadblock to a deal. Trump support women in Afghanistan. Biden support Islamic. Trump's the one that negotiated the pullout, right? Like, Trump's the one that wanted us to pull out. Trump's the one that invited the Taliban to Camp David. That seems a little bit of a. You can if you want to criticize how the withdrawal went. That's fine. You can do that. But there's probably disagreement out there too. But Trump's the one that wanted us to withdraw in the first place. He's the one that negotiated that deal. Or nagged on assurances Israel had given mediators that it would withdraw troops from the Philadelphia corridor, a 14-kilometer strip that runs along the Gaza frontier, Gaza ships to Egypt, according to an official involved in negotiations. The corridor includes Rafah crossing, the only exit and entry point to the enclave not controlled by Israel before the war. The mediators' despair deepened 3 days later as the talks suffered another blow. Hayani was assassinated in a suspected Israeli attack, killed in an explosion at the state-run guest house in Tehran just hours after attending the swearing-in of Iran's new president. Trump is the best president in the world. Okay, well, you didn't really respond to any other points I actually made, but alright. Killing Hamas negotiator. Hope the explosion didn't hurt the dress. Did you see the picture? We before it was even fully confirmed it was him, because they did DNA tests. There's you can look at the pictures of his body in the rubble. It definitely. They didn't confirm. It wasn't a sure thing. It was him when we just had the pictures, but very clearly could have been him at the very least, and we now know it was him. It was very clear. You could tell. There is some resemblance. Killing a Hamas negotiator was part of the chain of events that would widen the conflict rather than contain it, as the three men had planned. So did they stop? I'm pretty when did they stop negotiations? I don't know if they ever actually did formally stop them. Trump is the only of the U.S. presidents who have stopped wars. I ever. I don't think that's ever. That's not true. Like we withdrew from Vietnam. We withdrew from Iraq. Obama withdrew from Iraq, and then we sort of half went back. But he did withdraw from Iraq. Yeah. Interestingly, he actually withdrew from Iraq without making a deal with ISIS. He didn't have to try to get ISIS at Camp David to withdraw from Iraq. He just kind of did it. Although I don't know, did any U.S. servicemen die when we withdrew from Iraq? U.S. withdrawal. From Iraq. This is okay. Where's this? No, not that one. The first time we did. 2012. Did we ever? President Obama announced a full withdrawal of troops from Iraq, previously scheduled on October 21st, 2011. It's 2011, not 2012. U.S. retained embassy in Baghdad, blah, 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 blah. I don't know if anyone died during our withdrawal from Iraq. Finally, the military leader of Hamas is dead. Peace will return. I don't know if we're not going to immediately see peace just because Sinwar is dead, but sure, yeah. Israel New York put blame for the failure to ceasefire, squarely into Moscow and targeted Egypt abandoned their frustrated Netanyahu, accusing him of impeding the diplomatic process and falsifying facts to mislead world opinion. Verting, what's up, Sergeant? Welcome back. Concealed in Gaza, Sinwar has indeed played hardball. He has shifted Hamas' position, particularly in the Palestinian prisoners that Israel would have to release in exchange for hostages, with the group constantly wary of agreeing to a deal for Netanyahu to resume the war. Only caught Hamas has the hostages. That's their insurance policy, and they are not going to give it up unless they get something in exchange. Israel, since the beginning, has not been willing to pay the political price to free the hostages. Hamas are desperate, but if they have no guarantee of an end of war, they will not give the hostages up. What do you think the outlook for the election now? Harris or Trump, and how confident do you feel? It's a coin toss, dude. I don't know. I don't follow the polls that closely, but it's like, I don't know. It's like, I think Trump has been tightening the gap in the national polling. I think there was one new poll that showed him actually ahead in the national polling, but Harris up in the swing states, which would be funny. It would be so funny. It would be so funny if Harris lost a popular vote but won the electoral college. It'd be so funny. It'd be so funny. I want to see conservatives be mad at Tim Walz for saying that we should get rid of the electoral college, and then immediately shift their position overnight when Harris wins the electoral college but not the popular vote. Biden's son is a drug addict and pedophile. Trump said is a well-mannered and studious. I mean, I don't really vote. First of all, Biden's not. I don't know if you've heard. Biden's actually not in this election. It's the thing. He's actually not running. It's a little known fun fact. He actually decided not to. But also, I don't really vote for people based on what their son is like. Also, Hunter Biden is just rad. It's just rad. Doing coke with strippers and having a big cock is rad. It's rad. It's cool. It's awesome. I'm sorry. You guys keep trying to make fun of him. He's just rad. You're just mad that you don't get to go down water slides naked with a bunch of strippers. What's up, punks and bomb W Israel? Welcome to the stream. This is a big Israel W. Well, I don't know how big it'll be, but we'll see. Sinwar death marks the beginning of the day after Hamas Netanyahu says an address. No Trump want. I don't. That's not true. You know, I get stuff in the mail. that's like Trump bragging about how he wants to like deport pro-Hamas protesters, and it's like, you know, okay, dude, that's a little. You know, listen, as much as I do my Hasbro, that's a little harsh, buddy. It's a little harsh, okay. Evil suffered a heavy blow. Trump support Israel and Palestine for peace. You know, I don't think Trump's peace plan was nearly... I mean, first of all, do you not think Biden does that? I'm pretty sure Biden is more in favor of a two-state solution than Trump is. The Trump peace plan was kind of wild because wasn't it literally negotiated by fucking Jared Kushner, and like I think it was negotiated by Jared Kushner, who I don't think had any by a team led by Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, who I don't think he had any experience doing this type of stuff before, and it's just like the idea of first of all, you know, creating like the Swiss cheese archipelago in the West Bank for the Palestinians before like the weird bypass roads is like probably a deal Palestinians are never going to accept. And then to make up for it by giving Gaza this like weird panhandle, like what? This does not seem to be that workable of a solution. Biden. Oh, I wonder if this has ever got anywhere. Biden PA. How do you spell martyr? Martyr fund deal? Marty fund deal. It'll autocorrect. I wonder if this has ever got anywhere. Apparently, I guess this never got anywhere. But like Biden was working not only to try to get a ceasefire between Hamas and Israel, which I understand if you were against that, but also to negotiate reforms to the PA so that, in theory, that they could take over the Gaza Strip after the war if Hamas is eliminated, which I guess is looking more likely now, but who knows if the PA will actually take over. Well, they might, I guess, because I think Israel will probably be fine with the PA taking over if they occupied the Philadelphia corridor and the other corridor in central Gaza. I guess it's gonna get anywhere, but the U.S. is near deal with the Palestinian Authority to end its contentious martyr payments for people who commit acts of violence against Israel, two Biden administration officials said. That would be a key win for the multifaceted U.S. push to reform the PA, from instituting anti-corruption measures to improving basic services. I guess the thing didn't get anywhere yet, at least, but why do you support Biden? I don't, because Biden isn't in this election. What? Biden's son-in-law sounds way more... Exactly. I don't, like... He looks so cool in everything the Republicans try to do to make him look bad. He just looks rad, okay? Like, maybe it's like a generational thing, you know? Gen Z just sees a super rad, big dick, like, Nepo baby son, you know, doing coke and shooting guns. Like, it's just like, he's just rad. Like what? You expect me to hate on him? My man is being cool, living life. You guys are hating on him for no reason. He's a drug addict and a pedophile. It sounds rad. Listen, I don't know exactly where we're getting these pedophile allegations from. I didn't pay much attention to that Hunter Biden stuff because it's just so absurd. And guess what? He's not in a race anymore. I don't have to. I was gonna read into it. You know, I had all the things to read, and then Biden saved me. I don't have to read it anymore. He dropped out. Thank God. Trump saved America. I heard if you just repeat it, it just becomes true. I don't know, but that looks like that. I don't know if we have anything else confirming this. I don't think we do yet. But there might be some ground raids going on in Lebanon. Like, in Israel, from Lebanon, I should say. Because Israel's done ground raids in Lebanon. Wild. This is October 15th. But I think I was right. I'm pretty sure they were still, at least formally, trying to get a ceasefire. I think. I don't know. What is this from? Daily News Egypt. Trump wants ceasefire? He really does not. And I don't even really want a ceasefire, so it's not really a point for him. I don't know. Oh wow, Typo Turtle followed me. Wow, you are my favorite streamer. What? What? Wow, is this your first time seeing me? Wow. Dude, you know how many... Dude, I have 191 followers, but on my Twitch stats... Oh, thanks, Razor, for the follow. I appreciate it. I have, like, 250 follows. I did not mean to click on Piglet17. Follows. Because you guys keep fucking following and unfollowing me. So, like, it's just, like... Yeah, it's wild. If I go to like my overview, follows, let's just go to like March or whatever. Like you'll see 418 follows. Oh my god! Because every goddamn time I stream, all you guys come in here and you unfollow and follow just so you can see the stupid twerking black man gif because you're all a bunch of little gay men. I had 49 followers. I think that was the day I got botted, and then Twitch removed them immediately after. But you guys think Piers Morgan has milked Sinwar's death yet? I'm curious. We'll have to keep watching it. I don't think he has yet. But yeah, we'll see. It'll be interesting. I don't actually know how big of a effect Sinwar's death will really have. I don't think it just intuitively, I wouldn't imagine it would be that big, but Soda, what's up, Poland? Welcome back. Wizard Cat. Dude, this cat's fucking insane, dude.
Jewish people, no offense, suck.
Oh fuck! I forgot it
I can
does that.
imagine what can be unburdened by what has been. You know?
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be
Unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by
At
what
communicating
has
to the rest.
been. Can be unburdened.
Okay. Can I start milking YouTube viewers now? Can I start? I've been doing like lame, I've been fucking reading shit, bro. I can't be doing that. I gotta milk the reaction content. I don't know what I was thinking. This is from like 3 days ago by now. But it's Destiny versus this girl who's like some ultra pro Zionist. Oh wait, is this the video of the person tearing down the Greece flags? Yeah.
Yeah, shit. And I'm about to come back and put free Palestine.
This is
Free Palestine, bitch. Look, what you looking at? You know damn well there's a genocide. You know there's
well, it's kind of interesting. Oh boy. Yeah, but we gotta check this out. Hopefully
Rest of the world, and
this isn't too insane. We'll
because
see.
of what they've learned through
I don't trust her. I don't
Soviet
trust.
Union are so good at communicating with the Western world.
Everybody split their land.
Yeah, but everybody fought over splitting their land. I understand they're not special. Yeah, everybody splits it, but everybody fights over it too.
Exactly.
Let me be super clear. The Arabs have always rejected, to the enjoyment of Israel, have always rejected the existence of an independent Israeli state. Full stop. Period. There's a reason
So
why
true,
people see
so
in the
true.
war
Real.
wouldn't answer that question when I asked, like, oh, well, how in 52, I think, what kind of two-state solution do you think would look fair to the Palestinian side?
So those are two different questions. To your first question,
All right, so Anat Wilf and Stephen Bennell, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thanks for having us.
thank you.
There's a lot going on in the Middle East, and I want to understand your perspectives on it. And is Israel doing the right thing? Are there mistakes being made? How do we move forward to get this conflict ultimately resolved? Anat, what do you think?
So in terms of how the conflict gets resolved in the end, I think we need to understand that this is not going to be anything small. The conflict will have to be resolved on three elements. The first, probably the big conflict with Iran does not end until the Ayatollah regime is gone. For the
Okay.
simple
Oh,
reason
boy.
that as
Well.
long as the ideology of the Ayatollahs is death to Israel, it's not exactly a negotiable position with which we can live. So in terms of the conflict, it could ebb, it could flow, but ultimately it could only end if the Ayatollah regime and the ideology end. And of course, I could say a lot of Israelis are very much looking forward to being good friends with the Iranians once more. In terms of Lebanon, Israel has no territorial dispute with Lebanon. Israel would be thrilled if Lebanon acted like a sovereign country, took control of its territory. And then I believe that
They
the way
at
the
least
conflict
have
ends
the
is
whatever Shaba
actual,
Farms
proper peace
dispute,
agreement,
right?
not useless ceasefire.
Isn't there? So there's this dispute over the Golan Heights. I think Lebanon claims this as being their territory. I guess they don't have any right now, but they're probably gonna invade Lebanon again, right? I don't know if I would call it a territorial dispute, but there's also Farm U, non-Fawn. What's up? Welcome back, Malibu. But there was also the whole issue of like the blue line, and Hezbollah never withdrew from southern Lebanon, right? I don't know. I guess Lebanon doesn't have a dispute with territorial dispute, but maybe Hezbollah does. Is it going to be her? Obviously, Hezbollah is a non-state actor. I can't fucking just payroll.
Worse
But
than useless peacekeeping forces, not UN resolutions that nobody bothers to enforce until Israel actually starts to enforce it, and then everyone screeches ceasefire. This has to end with Lebanon assuming full sovereignty over its territory and making peace with Israel. And finally, in Gaza, the conflict ends when the ideology that has given birth to the conflict comes to an end, and it's an ideology that I've come to call Palestinianism, essentially the ideology that negates sovereignty in any part of the land. So Gaza is ultimately just the most recent bloody arena in the
Can we come up with? Does that have to be the name? Does that have to be? You're not beating any allegations by giving it that name.
Conflict, and therefore that war and
You
that
build like
conflict
militia,
only
like
ends
Hezbollah
when
to
the
push government to
foundations of
implement
the
your
conflict
welfare, embracing
include
follows the
full
political
rejection
agenda.
of Jewish
True.
sovereignty in any part of the land. So again, an ideology dies, and hopefully peace is born.
Do you agree, Stephen?
Let let's see. So for point one, something definitely has to change with Iran. I would be a little hesitant to say that the only way that a peaceful agreement can be made or some sort of lasting peace can happen is with the downfall of the
regime
Ayatollah.
change.
I know they don't enjoy a great deal of support among the population right now, but I think that kind of orienting yourself towards the collapse of another nation's regime is a little scary. It puts us in an awkward place. And by that, I mean, it just seems to, I guess, call for future conflict. Insofar as Lebanon goes, I'm not the most preeminent expert on Lebanon, but I don't think that the Lebanese government possesses the military capability of expelling Hezbollah from their country completely. I don't think that their lack of sovereignty right now is a choice. It's probably more that Hezbollah and their workings with Assad and their workings with the Ayatollah will allow them to remain so entrenched in power there. And then the defeat of the ideology of Palestinianism.
Israel can do it for them.
I guess insofar as Palestinians that deny Israel a right to exist, that ideology needs to be gone. But I mean, so too does the Zionist ideology that Palestinians can't exist in any like measured form, in any kind of like mutually understood peace agreement where instead we've just seen kind of like more and more expansion of the West Bank, more and more military conflict with no end in sight to the occupation, the disputed territory, the lack of some kind of like finalized agreement or settlement between the two parties.
So, Stephen, you're saying that Zionist ideology...
to be fair, insofar as the whole like oppressor, oppressed, like power imbalance matters, like the Palestinian threat to Israel is like killing civilians. Obviously that's bad. Okay, obviously we're not like Hasan here. We don't defend that type of terrorism. But like the Israeli threat to Palestinians, it's actually being able to prevent them from forming a state. Like that's it. Like actually expanding settlements and annexing their territory. I say their territory. What they feel like is their territory. The West Bank and I guess the Golan Heights is Syrian. Yeah, like there's. I think that's kind of the steel man of the oppressor oppressing there.
To the extent that Zionist ideology means a rejection of Palestinian statehood must also go away. Anna, what do you think of that?
That was never part of the Zionist ideology. Zionism is quite simply the political movement for the liberation and self-determination of the Jewish people in their ancestral homeland. From the beginning, Zionist thinkers have made it clear that they want to live
Israel has no right
to
to
Arabs,
exist.
not
It is
instead of them.
enslaving
It was never
citizens
an
to put them
ideology of
into
negation or
defense
rejection,
security
which is why
apparatus
when you
under
go
the
back
guise of
century,
permanent threat from everywhere.
Going back to the
True.
original two-state solution, the one that created Transjordan, the Zionist leaders have always agreed to every two-state solution as long as one of the two is the Jewish state. And the Arabs, the Palestinians, have always rejected every two-state solution if one of the two is the Jewish state. So I agree that there are Israelis that have another vision, but ultimately you judge nations like you judge people on the decisions that they make when they actually face a choice. People can say that they want A and B and C, but you really know who they are when they face a choice between A and B. And whenever Israel faced a clear and concrete choice for peace, for two states, it has always been willing to give up territory, to divide the land. And it's important for me to emphasize that this has nothing to do with...
I mean, that like in the intro they mentioned like this is like one of the big sources of conflict. Is it seems like Palestinians have always been trying to get, take borders from one war ago. So like I think they mentioned like the negotiations during after the 1948 war in like 51, 52 in the intro. Like part of the issue with that is that all the Arab states were semi-willing to negotiate with Israel, but only on the basis that they return to the UN partition borders and not the new borders that they have secured after the 48 war.
Or being moral, I don't believe such things exist in international relations. It simply has to do with the fact of our numerical minuteness. The Jewish people, given the hugely successful Muslim and Arab conquests of the Levant and North Africa in the 7th century, it means that as long as the Jews are Zionists, as long as the Jews care about being a sovereign people in their ancestral homeland, in any part of it, they are destined or damned, choose your word, to remain an ethnic, linguistic, religious, and national minority in an Arab and Islamic Middle East, which is why we always agree to compromises. Again, not because we're nice, not because it would be what we would do if we were 1 billion Jews, but as long as we're 7 million Jews, surrounded by 500 million Arabs and nearly 2 billion Muslim, who, despite very positive developments in some places of the Arab world, remain by and large committed to what Abba even called policide, the non-existence of the Jews as a sovereign people, then we will always say yes. So Palestinianism, as the ideology of rejecting the Jewish state, has always been at the core of the conflict.
God, come over to her
that
name.
ideology
Come over
has
to
to
her
die.
name. Please,
We
come
will
over to
always
her
say
name.
yes to any
Please.
peace with people.
Please,
who want
this
to
is she's gonna become the next asmongold, guys. Oh no.
rather than instead of us.
What about what Israelis are doing in the West Bank, Stephen?
Well, I mean, I don't disagree with anything that was said. I mean, you, obviously, if you're looking for a mutual solution, you can't call Palestinianism and then like an ideology of rejectionism and label it as you want, and then say, well, this is what Zionism is. I mean, I'm sure you're more familiar than I am with how many people so desperately want to relabel Zionism as meaning, ideology committed to ethnic superiority, or committed to ethnic cleansing and genocide, or committed to the expulsion of all Arabs from the Levant, or committed to the infinite expansion of Israel, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. People will define Zionism however they want in order to hate Israel, hate Jews, whatever, which is obviously not productive. I would just say calling an ideology like, well, we need to be anti-Palestinian or we need to reject Palestinianism, I just think is not productive. I do agree that you have to reject this idea of people that reject any kind of nation of Israel, or more specifically, a country that is interested in protecting the ethnic, I guess, Jewish people, as broad as it's become. I agree that that type of ideology needs to be rejected, but I just saying that we need to have a rejection of Palestinian ideology, I think is a pretty harsh and unproductive term. And I think that people on the Palestinian side are going to hear that as a dog whistle for, oh, you just want to subjugate us or kick us out completely, the same way that people on that side hear, Zionism as, like, oh, that's just a conquesting, expansionist term for you guys trying to kick all this out or whatever. I reject, I guess, the terminology there, but I don't think I reject any of the underlying ideas unless the terminology is being used to sneak in other underlying ideas.
It might be just a semantic thing. I mean, we both agree that Palestinians who want peace for both peoples, like we believe in their right to have a state, and we both agree that Israelis who use the term Zionism as meaning just wanting a home for the Jewish state, we support that as well. And we just disagree with anyone who stands on either side and
I don't
rejects
consider
peace with the other
prison
people.
as
So
a
I think
punishment for
part of
refusing to
this is a
serve
semantic
is a
thing.
cause to delegitimize a national project for the 21st century. I don't think mandatory subscription is it, like mandatory inscription or whatever. It's not. Is it inscription? Subscription? Fuck. Is it? I don't. There are a lot of states that do. Fucking Finland does that. Finland is a social democracy and they do that. Like, it's just not like that. It's just not that big of a deal. Mandatory service. Yeah, like Finland does mandatory service too. Like, I'm pretty sure I think Germany I think they stopped doing it. I think Germany did it until like 2009 or something. Like a lot of countries do this. Like, and it makes the most sense for Israel to do it because they're a relatively small nation. So constantly engaged in war with Arab states. Your attitude is insane. Do you think Finland is an illegitimate country just because Finland has mandatory service?
I mean, I don't like dismissing things as semantics. Language is important. It's arguably the thing that makes us human, right? Language is one of the most important things that we have, and a lot of people use semantics. Again, I mean, if you're familiar with Jewish dog whistling, right? Like they or them or whatever, like people use semantics to sneak in a lot of garbage. So I would be uncomfortable, I guess, siding with anybody that says we need to reject Palestinian ideology because it's like, well, hold on, what does that mean? Because in one crowd you might say like, well, that just means that we need to reject the people who don't accept that an Israeli state can exist that is interested in the protection of Jewish people. And that's, I think that would be the message that I think people would hear when you say that, yeah.
What are you thinking of?
So I agree the language is important, but it's actually, this is something that is more empirical. It's not about kind of...
I'm not saying you like Finland. I'm just asking, like, do you think it's a totally illegitimate nation?
But it actually has no legs to stand on. If people want to look, I have my longer talk, which I kind of go through the history of, and my personal history of also believing that the only thing that stood between us and peace are things that have to do with territory. So ending the occupation, Palestinian statehood, no settlements, only to discover again and again that what stands between us and peace is the Palestinian ideology that rejects wholly and totally the existence of a sovereign Jewish state anywhere in any part of the land between the river and the sea. And and I always, as I go through that, I'm sure you know, and we talked about it, I think, last time as well, I bring this quote by Ernst Bevin, the British foreign minister after World War II, and this will also begin to address the West Bank question. He goes to the British Parliament in February 1947 to explain why Britain failed out to fulfill the mandate to help the Jews achieve a state. It didn't fail the Arabs, there's Jordan, there's Iraq, but it fails the Jews. And he needs to explain why. And he says His Majesty is thus faced with an irreconcilable conflict. Now, he calls it irreconcilable in February 1947. In February 1947, there's no occupation of the West Bank and Gaza. The West Bank is not yet called the West Bank because Jordan has not yet created and annexed it. There are no settlements. There's no occupation. There's no blockade of Gaza. There's no Gaza Strip as such. There are no Arab refugees because they haven't yet waged war. There's no state of Israel. So all the things that we bring today as the reasons, the causes for the Palestinian anger, grievances, violence don't exist yet, which is why this is so valuable. Because already in February 1947, he says His Majesty's government is thus faced with an irreconcilable...
I would imagine, I don't know if we have public opinion polls from fucking 47. I would imagine, on the whole, Palestinians have gotten more accepting of an Israeli state. I mean, the PLO recognized Israel in what, 1988 or whatever? I think it was 1988. Because they declared independence and they recognized Israel. Like, I'm pretty sure a lot of Palestinians have come around to the idea of a two-state solution, at least formally, except for, I mean, Hamas really only accepts it as their whatever temporary basis, and also Hamas is probably not going to be negotiating with Israel that much longer, considering all their leaders are now dead. But, He
calls it irreconcilable when nothing exists in terms of West Bank or settlements or all that. And yet, and then he goes on to say, the reason that the conflict is irreconcilable between the Jews and Arabs in the land, he says, is because for the Jews, the top priority is to establish a sovereign Jewish state. So that's Zionism. That's actually a clear definition. The political movements for self-determination. The Jews want statehood, sovereignty for the Jewish people and nation and their ancestral homeland. Doesn't have to be all of it, can be part of it. This is why the Jews say yes to multiple partition proposals. And then he goes on to say, and the Arabs, and they're not yet called Palestinians, but they will be one day. And he goes on to say, and the Arabs in the land, their top priority, remember, is to resist to the last the establishment of Jewish sovereignty in any part of the land.
Sure.
So already in February 47, he understands that what unites the Arabs of the land, the Palestinians later to be called, is the rejection of Jewish sovereignty as a top priority. I have come to call that Palestinianism. You can call it anti-Zionism, Arab anti-Zionism, rejection of Jewish sovereignty. But
please just call it. Please just don't call it Palestinianism. You're not winning over any protesters, any Gen Zers by calling it Palestinianism, please. Although I guess if you just label it anti-Zionism, people are gonna always just be on board with it. But
fortunately, in the last century, there are no exceptions to that ideology. There have no leaders, but not even any notable voices among the Palestine Arabs who have put forth a vision of wanting to live next to a Jewish state rather than prioritizing the non-existence of a Jewish state. So in that sense, I think I'm on very solid ground when I'm saying that this ideology, however you call it, of rejecting a Jewish state anywhere between the river and the sea is what unites and connects the Palestinians.
What, in 47, why
the Zionist infighting right here?
Or why was it said that they were irreconcilable differences? Where did that stem from?
Because by definition, if the Jews want a state and the Arabs want the Jews not to have a state, that's irreconcilable. You cannot negotiate that. He's not saying the Jews want a state, the Arabs want a state, and we just need some help dividing the land equitably. He says, as a matter of top priority, the Jews want a state, and the Arabs want the Jews not to have a state. Now,
where did the feelings come from? Why do they not want the Jews to have a state there?
Okay, so that's really a question that a lot of people, once they internalize that this is at the core of the conflict, and a lot of people ask exactly this question, then why? Why for a century divert all your significant
What is she just going to say? They're all anti-Semitic?
To the destruction of the Jewish state. And here, there are a couple explanations. I think some changing demographics have to do with it, but I think it's a very small reason. I can explain later why. I think the biggest reason has to do with the sociology and theology of the Arab world at that moment. I'm saying at that moment because I still believe in the possibility of change. At that moment, in the late 19th, early 20th century, the Arab world has spent about 1,200, 1,300 years when it has known only one kind of Jew. A Jew who is dispossessed, stateless, essentially in exile. Kingdom is long lost, 6, 7 centuries earlier. Meek, weak. So as the Arabs kind of sweep across the Levant and North Africa and conquer them and make them Arab and Muslim, they give the Jew a certain role in that
society. Do we really need, can at least like one of the three, okay, be like, these are like, European settlers coming over, buying their land and only hiring Jewish people to work the land with the intention of forming a state. Like there are like definitely some legitimate grievances there that we can come up with, right? Can that be at least one of the three, or are we only going to do the Arabs have only ever known a dispossessed Jew?
The Jews are not pagans, so they cannot be Islamized by this word. But they're not Muslims, right? I sometimes joke that from the Muslim perspective, the Jews are the people that got the first book right, but not the sequels. So the Jews are accorded a status called dhimmi, which places them as lower in the hierarchy and status of Arab and Muslim societies. And there are many, many factors that single out the dhimmi status. Yellow, for example, doesn't come from Europe or Nazi Germany. It comes from the Muslim world. But my two favorite examples of the dhimmi status is that the Jews could not ride horses in the Arab world. Horses were a mark of dignity. They were actually also a weapon of war. So Jews could only ride donkeys. And Jews, of course, could not carry arms because the very definition of dhimmi was that the defense of the Jew was the prerogative of the Arab and Muslim ruler. Sometimes more, sometimes less, but the prerogative of the Arab and Muslim ruler. Now, if you look at the early images of Zionism from the early 20th century, the first things that immediately jump at you is that those Jews ride horses and carry arms. Imagine the sociological, theological, cultural shock.
Okay, how long are we going to
having people whom for 1,200, 1,300 years you were used to looking down upon, that as far as you were concerned, it was a law of nature, that those people were below you, they were defenseless, they had certain markers, and those people are rising in the name of this ideology of Zionism to say, we are your equals, we will defend ourselves by ourselves. I write a lot about comparing feminism and Zionism as movements of liberation. And
oh my God, we get it.
The violent response to Jews challenging their inferior role in society is a violent response that demands that the Jews, so to speak, go back to their proper place as meek, weak, and powerless.
Okay, that was a lot. I feel like we're missing a really big part of the puzzle here, though, which is before the Ottoman Empire collapsed in the late 1800s, I think started around the 1880s, and then going to the very, very early 1900s, you had these kind of fed waves of early migration from Jewish people, a lot from the Eastern Russian Empire. some from Europe that tried to go to the Levant, but ultimately failed for a variety of reasons. Then in the early 1900s, especially after 1917, when the Ottoman Empire collapsed, when Britain gets this mandate for Palestine, and then when the Jewish people, the Zionists of Europe, secure the Balfour Declaration, right, which was a promise from the United Kingdom to establish some kind of home for the Jewish people in, I guess what we call today Israel/Palestine, in the mandatory Palestine area, you had out of nowhere a whole bunch of Jewish people that were now starting to immigrate, backed by Zionist money from other people around the world that came in, that were buying land from Arabs there, and we're slowly starting to build villages, we're slowly starting to build cities, and we're starting to grow in significant number. I think that there was probably a fear, I think a reasonable one, that you had this Ottoman Empire that collapsed, you had a bunch of now kind of like scattered Arabs in all these different states that had once seen themselves as potentially being part of this kind of like pan-Arab nation, right? Ideas that would later be pursued militarily by people like Nasser, by people like Saddam Hussein, and now because you have all of these, what they perceive as European Jews that were coming into the Levant, they were, I think, reasonably worried that, like, oh shoot, we're not going to have a country the same way that people up in Iraq were getting a country, or people over in Syria, or the monarchy over in Jordan, or the people in Egypt are getting states. Now we're having to split it with all of these European Jews coming in. There were several white papers that the United Kingdom commissioned to figure out, well, what's the progress going on in the mandatory Palestine area, which was the name for the mandate that the UK or Britain had for that territory, where the idea was they're going to rule it for some period of time, then hand it over to whatever state kind of emerged as a stable state from there. And I think that the people living there, the Arab people / Palestinians, that identity was just kind of starting to form in like the 20s and 30s with the Mufti in Jerusalem, kind of, but not really strongly until as a response, especially to the Jewish people immigrating in. I think the Arabs reasonably were worried about all the Jews coming in, and that's why in 47, when the Peel Commission happened, right, that paper that you're referring to, where they say, well, now we think partition is impossible, was because of the growing tensions between the Jewish people and the Arab people there. A lot of the violence, I think, prior to 47, instigated by the Arabs, especially prior to 1940, instigated by the Arabs, but a lot of fear that a lot of Jewish people were coming in that had been basically guaranteed the ability to travel in from the Brits. Not to say that any of this justifies violence today, or that this necessarily changes anything you said, but I think it adds a little dimension to why people were afraid. It's not that Arabs or what would become the Palestinians just started off as like, God, we hate Zionists and Jews and blah, although Muslims kind of did, but it didn't start off that way. It started off, I think, more with kind of like, well, here's all of these people that are coming into this territory. Now we feel like we're going to lose what could be our potential state in the way that the other Arab forming states around us are getting one.
Okay, so I'll address it in a few ways. If that were the case,
she had to put her glasses on for that one.
Every single Arab state was not happy with what they got. I once saw this little cute app or video that showed every country in the world, and especially in Europe, but every country in the world at its zenith. So every country, how much territory it had in its kind of the historical height. And the amazing thing is that every country in the world today has a history where it views itself, or was it, as much, much larger. Even little Luxembourg was once, I don't know, about a third of Europe. So if the claim is that the Arab total rejection of a Jewish state in any borders, right? It's not a fight over the size of the Jewish state. It's about no Jewish sovereignty. And the phrasing is Jewish sovereignty. So it's about the Jews being sovereign. This is why I think it's more about the status of the Jews rather than, more specific things. Then every country in the world would be in eternal war because it believes it should have gotten more. The Iraqis thought they should have gotten more. The Jordanians, the Syrians, the Lebanese, it doesn't matter. So this in itself does not make sense.
It's not entirely wrong, but look, Destiny already addressed the point that, like, obviously he doesn't think like any of this justifies violence today.
That cannot be the reason. The other thing about the changing demographics, one of my favorite things, first of all, there was the Jewish immigration before. As people know, in the 19th century, Jerusalem is a Jewish majority state, but really the rise in the Arab population of the mandate area, amazingly, in the years 1930, 31, 32, the rise in the Arab population of the mandate is the highest rise of the population anywhere in the world. And a lot of people for many years thought that this had to do with immigration, with Arab.
I mean, that's when in Britain, after the first Palestinian Arab revolt, right? Didn't they start restricting Jewish immigration to the mandate, right? I don't know how long that continued, but it probably continued until the 30s, right? And then the second Arab revolt was in 30 to 36. So
Arab immigration into the mandate area, spurred on by what you described, the fact that prosperity, the investment that came with Zionism and the ideology of creating a Jewish state. But what's amazing, and hopefully this can be shown, or maybe you can then put a link, but if you can see a bit, you can see two maps here. The two-toned map is the partition map, and the blue and light blue is the incidence of malaria in the early 20th century. So what you see, it's almost one-to-one. I have also another map that shows that this is also the map of land ownership. So basically, the Jews purchase malaria-infested land, mostly from absentee landlords, and they eradicate malaria, bringing science. They're one figure in particular, an ardent Zionist who brought about the eradication of malaria. And actually, the rise in the Arab population in the 30s is in large part due to the eradication of malaria. So the demographic changes actually are as much a part of Zionism actually leading to the rise in Arab demography. There are more Arabs. So again, to claim that there was a fear, that makes no sense. And ultimately, even if there was a fear that they will not get a state, then you can't explain why, once they are given two opportunities in 1937 with the Peel Commission to have an Arab state on 70% of the land, and the Jews were only given 17%, the rest was going to be international.
I don't even think that's.
And in
That's not going to
1947,
disagree
when
with
they
that
are
part.
offered this
But
map where the Jews are essentially going to be given the lands that in which they eradicated malaria plus desert, and on both occasions, the Arabs, in their words, we don't have to put ideas into them, say very clearly that it's more important for them that the Jews not have a state. And by the way, they say that. They say that the Jews are not a people worthy of a state. They say that the Jews, this is not their appropriate status. They talk about the existence of Jewish sovereignty as a source of shame. But if they were merely concerned about having a state, they actually had clear and distinct opportunities to have a state. But not only have they rejected those opportunities every time, they went to brutal war between 36 and 39 and between 47 and 49. In both cases, in 36 to 39, unfortunately, they had a big political win in which they managed to prevent the establishment of a Jewish state on the eve of the Holocaust, which is why, in parentheses, I think they bear also great responsibility, at least for the fact that hundreds of thousands of Jews, if not more, did not have the state that they were supposed to have in the 30s. But ultimately, if their concern was about having a state, they should have done what the Jordanians and Iraqis and Syrians and Lebanese and the Luxembourgians did, which is accept a state, which is not everything, but is something. But the fact remains that it was always more important for them.
I mean, Palestinians were clearly put in a worse position than fucking Jordan and Lebanon were, but okay.
Their words that the Jews not have a state than to have a state for themselves of any size.
Yeah, I mean, the Jordanians, the Iraqis, the Syrians, the Lebanese, the Egyptians, none of these people were asked to split their territory with what they saw as European transplants. Again, I don't deny that they rejected the existence of...
Anna, what'd you say?
What?
Oh, again, this is an imposition of a later view. They did not view them as European transplants. They understood very well that they are Jews. They knew what Jews are.
Sure, but they absolutely viewed them as European transplants. Right.
No, they viewed them as Jews who dared challenge the appropriate order of being at the bottom.
Do you think that if it would have been British people or if it would have been any other group of people, you think they would have been okay with them moving there?
I think it would have been a much less emotional and a much shorter conflict. Yes.
Steve, I don't want to get away from your first point. Your first point was that these other countries didn't have to split their territory with other people. So they were viewed as like Europeans. This idea that it was just because they were Jews is nonsense. There were a whole bunch of people that were being moved into their region of the world after they had lost to Britain, and they viewed it as basically, oh, you're bringing in a whole bunch of Europeans now. They were Jews, and Arabs and Jews do have a special relationship, of course, but I don't think that made it significantly worse. I think it could have been Christians, it could have been other types of people, it could have been Russians, it could have been Brits, it could have been Americans, it could have been anybody. They would have viewed it as an imposition on their land, that everybody around them, all those other countries you mentioned, all had their own territory. And as much as you might say, nobody was happy with what they were given, I don't believe there's been any border changes or territorial changes whatsoever since the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. You're trying to create an analogy to say the other countries didn't have the same reaction as the Palestinians, but I think what Stephen's saying is the other countries didn't have to split their territory. How do you think of that?
Well, everyone had to split their territory. That is the very essence of the breakdown of empires.
Said not with
Singling
Europeans,
out
but
the
all
Palestine
right, okay.
Arabs as somehow uniquely wronged is part of the revision of history.
Wait, who else had other people that came in en masse after 1917? Who else had a whole bunch of foreign people coming into their territory to live there?
That's not a whole bunch. A lot of the Arabs moved in as well throughout the 19th and the 20th century. There are population movements all around.
Yeah, but nothing. But within the Ottoman Empire, but not from Europe.
But again, this is, I believe, your imposition. The view is not that this is some kind of from Europe. The problem is that they are Jews. The problem is that in the Arab and Islamic understanding of what the Jews are supposed to be, the Jews of early Zionism are challenging the role of the Jews. If it had been any other people, I agree, you might have had conflict, as you had in many places, but it wouldn't have been so emotional, so total, so completely rejectionist, and ultimately people would have achieved some kind of resolution. But here, the desire...
I don't know. Listen, my history this far back is not the best. I don't really know who's right here. I don't have...
The desire to erase Jewish sovereignty in any part of the land, the view that Jewish sovereignty is shameful. That's the language they use. Shameful to the Arab sense of who they are. If you ignore the fact that they are Jews, you really, I think, don't go to the core of what drives this conflict.
Okay. I mean, I've talked about this in the past with Jake, and maybe even you, but I think that the revisionist history on both sides is part of the centerpiece of like the intractability of this conflict. That both sides are so invested in making the other side just seem purely evil or either anti-Arab or anti-Semitic to the core. When I think that a fair reading of history gives you a much more clear picture of what's happening. That you have a defeated people, the Arabs, the Turks, right? You've got the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, then you have mandates given to Britain, France to run territories, and then in one area you have tens of thousands and then hundreds of thousands of Europeans that come in, and you feel like, oh wow, we are getting completely and totally shafted. Was there a little bit more hatred because they were Jewish? Because Jewish people historically had, a certain view around the world, really, not even just in the Arab societies, but around the world, Jews were viewed as weak, as leaders on society, as bad people, or whatever, right? So I'm sure that hurt a little bit more, right? And Arabs saw themselves as proud, as warriors, and now they were being, they felt like they were being subjugated by these weak Jews, people that lived as dhimmi status in their societies. I don't disagree that might have fed into it a little bit, but that's like 5% of it. Like 95%. The idea that if it was just a huge group of like white Orthodox, Russians or a bunch of people from, Italy that had come in and they could have set up shop there, and Palestinian people or the Arabs or whatever in the Levant would have been like, oh, okay, well, you guys can make a stake here, that's cool. It would have been more or less the same conflict as it is today, I think.
So not only do I disagree, I would put 5-10% on the demographics and 90% on the fact that they were Jews. But let's go to Turkey.
Wow,
Indeed,
damn.
as part of the collapse of empires all around the world and their replacement by nation states when they're lucky, just odd states when they're unlucky. Look, as I'm sure you know, as part of the carving up of the Ottoman Empire, there was supposed to be a Turkish state, a Kurdish state, and an Armenian state. And the Turks essentially rip up this idea. They do what they do to the Kurds. They do what they do to the Armenians. Turkey emerges as twice the size of what it was supposed to be. Kurdistan never emerges. Armenia ultimately emerges in another territory, which is not historical Armenia. This is what the Arabs tried to do to the Jews. They just were not as
videos in
successful
War
as the
Dead, yeah,
Turks.
obviously.
And you don't see that same kind of like global issue.
I get this is actually a good point. Damn, she's right. Damn. Yeah, we don't see this. I mean, we do see Kurdish terrorism in both Syria and a little bit more in Turkey, but I mean, clearly, yeah, it's not this as big of like a global issue.
The role that the Jew plays, both in the Western and Eastern Christian theology and in the Islamic understanding of the heart of their society, and just try to place it as some kind of European, then nothing gets understood. I would also add something else. I hope the Arabs are not people of slow understanding. So even if you were right, and initially they thought these are Europeans, even though, again, they knew very well, read the text in real time, they knew very well those were Jews. But even if they thought that those were some odd Europeans, you would think that given their experience in the last century, let's say they assume that we're like the British and the French, and they still sometimes make those comparisons and therefore just push them out through violence and they will ultimately go away. You would think that by now they would be clued in to the fact that the problem is that these are not Europeans, that these are Jews who have a historical and deep cultural and continuous connection to the land, something, by the way, which Arabs and Muslims knew until a campaign of erasure started for the last century. So you would think that by now they would figure it out. So, and yet...
Why would that make them comfortable splitting their land, though, with any people?
Because at one point, again, why are they special? Everybody
Okay, he's just going to say everyone had
but
to
everybody
split
fought
it.
over splitting their land. I agree, I understand they're not special. Yeah, everybody's special, but everybody fights over it, too.
Exactly, but at one point, people figure it out, they end it, and they choose a path in which, yeah, they don't get everything they want, but they get enough to have a state. But we, for some reason, still are stuck at a point where the vision is from the river to the sea. And I am arguing that if you take from the equation the fact that this is about Jews, you cannot account for why it continues so long with such ferocity and with no alternative voices, with complete dedication.
Steven?
I mean, I said my point, you said hers. I mean,
Is it another place your bets? Oh, it's another bot, obviously. Awesome, dude. Why are there I swear, up until recently, there have not been this many bots on Kick. I don't get it.
I also don't think that it.
Make Israel and Palestine one state, get the Palestinians reparations protections, and they have to integrate into Israeli society. I don't know, why the Jews would ever trust that that's possible after the Palestinians have been attacking them since 48. They don't seem to have really ever accepted the existence of Israel and have to continue to attack them. And there's a history of pogroms from Arab nations. I don't know why Jews would feel safe with that. And then also there aren't that many America's a good example of a multinational state. How many other multinational states even are there? Obviously European democracies are multinational to an extent, but it just doesn't seem like ethnic groups get along that well in other states.
Side's claims to never have to settle for peace for the other side.
Arabs that live in Israel don't give any problems. Yeah, they're a minority. They're 20% of the population.
So why should we ever make deals with them? And then on the Jewish side, it's well,
they've assimilated.
Always rejected us being here. Oh, you're powered only by anti-Semitism. You just hate us because we're Jews. So why should we negotiate with you?
That lives in Belgium. Are they that multinational?
In terms of how you solve the problem. But then when I hear people bring out these historical arguments, I'm not even sure if they would accept the solution to the problem. Would you accept, for instance, a two-state solution that involves land swap so that
70%,
is, I guess, up to 95 to 100% of the prior territory that would have been given to the Palestinians in 67, or what kind of deal, what kind of two-state solution do you think would look fair to the Palestinian side?
So those are two different questions. To your first question, of course, the reason that I do what I do is precisely because through a slow and painful process, I have come to understand that what stands between us and peace is not which way we will partition the land.
Dutch,
because from the
Turks,
Arab, Palestinian perspective,
Moroccans.
The top priority is no Jewish state. And when you're saying history is weaponized, first of all, as a parenthesis, one of the things that I find most difficult often with people these days is a complete ahistorical attitude. People say, just do things now. This is the
welcome
solution.
to the stream
Don't
right
mind
on
history.
LP.
But there's no such thing. People individually and collectively are their histories.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but I do want to jump in.
Let me just finish the two thoughts. And again, you created a sentence that wasn't true. Because the Jews think that for the Arabs, their vision of the Jew plays a role in their ideology, they're not willing to compromise. But again, empirically, it's not true. The Jews have said yes to any two-state solution as long as one of the two is the
Those
Jewish
are
state. And
what
the
the
Arabs have
fuck?
always said
Those are
no to
fake
any two-state
words,
solution
man.
as long
What
as
the
one of
hell?
two
What
is
the
the Jewish
hell?
state. Now, I'm not making a judgment in this call. You seem to think that I am.
What
but
is
I'm not.
this?
This is a description, and this is a description that I have yet to see any Arab person, as opposed to any
It's some
Westerner,
Looney Tune shit, bro. What?
contradict. They will say apartheid.
Oh, wait. I know a little bit about this. No, you're right, I guess. Sure.
But they will call. You seem to think that I am, but I'm not. This is a description, and this is a description that I have yet to see any Arab person, as opposed to any Westerner, contradict. They will say apartheid, but they will actually confirm that their opposition is to a Jewish state in any borders. Whereas here I am online, listen to me, I am confirming yet again that I am always happy to divide the land with the Arabs living in the land, to live in two states. But for that to happen, they need to actually want a state. The problem is that they've never wanted a state, not if the Jews also have a state. And the problem is that we often focus on the borders and the settlement and all that. But if you, the litmus test, and this is why I focus on it in my work and books, is this so-called idea of a right of return, which again is not a right, and the perpetual refugeehood, which is why in order to know if you found
She's not entirely wrong about this
who
one.
really wants peace, the question is, do you recognize the equal right, equal, not superior, not exclusive, again, the equal right of the Jewish people to self-determination in their historic homeland? And I will say, preempt that, I recognize the right of the Palestine Arabs to self-determination in the land. Yes, I do. The equal right to self-determination.
Okay, right.
I recognize the right to self-determination. But then they need to eye it, and they understand their vision is to live in an Arab state next to a Jewish state and not from the river to the sea. And again, I'll preempt. I support living in a Jewish state next to an Arab state, not from the river to the sea. And then they need to understand, that the implication is that they are not multiple generational refugees living in the West Bank and Gaza, and that they possess no such thing as a right of return into the sovereign state of Israel. And I will again say, and I recognize that this means that the establishment of a Palestinian Arab state means that we have no rights to settle in that state.
I mean, I don't know how many. I don't know how many people argue that the Palestinians have a the generational Palestinian refugees have a legitimate legal right to return to Israel, so much as it's just a sticking point in negotiations for a Palestinian state. Not necessarily it's not necessarily a right that they still possess, because obviously it's been generations since the fucking 48 war. But Palestinians still, I feel like by now when people say right of return, they're not referring to a legal right that should be observed. They're just referring to in negotiations between Israel and Palestine for a state, that they would probably want Palestinians to have a right, or some Palestinians to have a right to go to Israel, even if it was I don't know, what didn't it, as in Israel suggested that they would let a symbolic 100,000 Palestinians 100K right to return. I feel like that was Israel offered to allow 100,000 refugees to return on a basis of humanitarian considerations, or I feel like that was the biggest number Israel ever. Agreed to. Or Israel's first offer of any limited right to return was in 1949, 100,000. Yeah, wild. I don't know if they ever. My first party to see 150,000, 250,000 resettle an Arab nation.
He doesn't want to give us those rights. That's a truly mutual recognition of peace. And
I signed up for some fucking thing to read a paper. I still get so many emails about the right of return.
Publicly and in their own voice,
Watch.
sign on to that
Google.
declaration. I have found 3 courageous individuals.
More globalization.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess historical disagreements aside, I mean, I do agree with that. There's the elephant in the room that nobody seems to honestly want to engage with, is that it feels like there hasn't been Palestinian leadership that has ever truly accepted the existence of a Jewish state. There's kind of lip service paid to it, but hanging in the back of all these negotiations is always this idea of this kind of unlimited Palestinian right of return, where the number of refugees has been driven up so high. I don't know if it's 6-7 million now, that there's always an agreement for, okay, well, we'll accept this, that's fine. But also 7 million Palestinians need to have a right of return. And they're kind of sneaky with how they say this, because they'll say right of return to Palestinian lands, but Palestinian lands actually means the entire mandatory Palestine area, which means millions of Palestinians returning into Israel proper. And regardless of what anybody says, and you can go over all the talks and the different perspectives with Arafat. You can go over 2008, Olmert, and Abu Mazen. You can go over any of these talks. There has never, ever, not in the Arab peace resolutions on anything, there's never been a concrete number given of this is how many refugees we want to accept back, to go back to Israel. That's always left open. I think that after the top of summit.
Yeah, look at all these fucking PDFs. Dude, the Israelis, right? Dude, like, I signed up to the site to read one paper, and they won't stop emailing a bunch of fucking papers, okay? Jesus. Like, what is this, Syrian refugees? Lives become hell. Lebanon Syrian refugees face growing hostility. What are the point of these?
It's chaos at the Aoun Dadaad border, where over 1,000 people are crossing into rebel-held Syrian territory.
No shot they're going back to Syria. Is that bad? Goddamn.
In the crowd is Maher, with his wife and 3 children. This is the second time they've had to leave everything behind to escape war. The first was in 2015, when the family fled Syria for Lebanon. Now they are going back in the opposite direction.
I've been in Lebanon for 8 or 9 years working as a furniture painter. Now they're bombing Sabra, where I lived, so I decided to come back here.
The journey from southern Lebanon...
No shot. Syria is safer than northern Lebanon. Can you not just go north? No shot, dude.
They're leaving behind a life in exile, crossing the border back into Syria. Lebanon is where hundreds of thousands of Syrians escaped to during
Syria's
the war.
going back to normal? I mean, Syria has their, there's been a ceasefire since 2011 or something?
There's
but
mixed feelings and a lot of uncertainty.
It's still...
Some don't have homes nor jobs. But many say...
Or 2020? I thought it was later than that. UN ceasefire, I mean, it's been multiple, I guess.
Economic conditions that are driving them back.
I guess it is better to die there than to die here. The situation is difficult here. I can't even afford bread for my children. It will be the same there. At least there we can find a place to be buried.
The repatriation process is being organized by the governments in Lebanon and Syria. They insist.
Sometimes during Trump terms, ISIS power vastly reduced. Yeah, but there's still the Syrian government, and there's still the Kurds, and there's like
it lacks transparency. And
I don't know. Like I'm just used to the. I mean, I don't follow the Syrian civil war that much, but like the Syrian civil war was like so much more deadly than like all of the Arab-Israeli conflicts combined. Like I think that literally, if I remember correctly, the Syrian civil war in like 10 years caused more casualties than the entire history of the Arab-Israeli conflict. I think it's like 5 million or something, right? Civilian deaths. Is this 6.7 million internally displaced. I think the worst fighting is over. Yeah, because ISIS is mostly gone. And really, I thought there were more. Is this really all the civilian deaths? I thought 306k deaths. I thought most of these were, maybe it's not civilian deaths. Maybe it's just total deaths, military and civilian. But like, it's wild. Yeah, but 6 million displaced internally, a further 6 million displaced externally, and now apparently some are coming back as they fled to Lebanon. Can anybody talk about something more interesting? Yeah, we'll talk about stuff way more interesting later on, like more consumer CPI, consumer price index stuff. Don't worry, Carter, we'll get there. Insanely interesting stuff. I don't know why my chat only watches me when I react to dumb Israel-Palestine shit, and never when I read very dense stuff about how CPI is calculated and about the current population survey. Dude, I started college like yesterday, and for whatever fucking reason, they still apparently this is a thing that the teachers still do. in college too. I don't know why. They should have stopped doing it after COVID. There's no excuse for doing it in college, where they're like, write an introduction and post it on the forum, and then reply to your classmate. Kill yourself. No, I'm not. Whatever. But I did it, and it was like, I actually joined for the dense stuff. Thank you, Red on LP. But I did it, and I think I listed it. It was like, list something interesting about yourself, and there's nothing interesting about me, bro. This is what I said in there. I said, I'm not an especially interesting person, okay? Ever since I graduated high school, I've done 2 things. 3 things, but I didn't mention the third thing. Fucking game, fucking goon. I didn't mention the second one. And read. That's all I've done. Literally nothing else, okay? So I was just like, yeah, I play video games and I read stuff that's only interesting to me, like how the current this is what I said as just an example. I said about like how the current population survey underestimates native-born employment because it fails to account for unexpected changes in foreign-born populations, such as the recent migration surge. And someone replied to that. I was like, they were just like trying to, they don't know what the fucking current population survey is, and they're just trying to like stretch the word count or whatever. They're like, it'd be interesting to compare the the current population survey to the 2020 voter registries to see if there was mail-in ballot fraud. I was like, what? Like, okay. I don't know. My guess is that they were just trying to shove something in there to make the word count higher so they could move on with their day. But it was wild.
I don't remember if it was the Palestinian negotiators or maybe it was, oh God, I forget the names. Is it Arab, that's not his name. In 2008, the negotiator that worked with Abbas, I think they said verbatim, like, why would we ever give up the right of a single Palestinian to return to the Israeli homeland? Like, we would never, ever compromise on that. And until there's like a reasonable settlement on that, obviously, the solution is out of grasp for both parties. My issue is just that I feel like both parties are fully incentivized to continue the conflict. Israel can always continue to expand into the West Bank and shore up their territorial, I'll say conquest, even though that's a trigger word. It's just kind of, solidifying their control over Area C. And for the Palestinians, they've never had to suffer a real political defeat.
Sort of for you, instead of political science, or political self-liability, condom with your time and your politics.
No matter what we do, no matter what happens, we can always go back to the pre-67 borders, no matter what. And as long as both sides feel like they don't really have anything to lose by continuing to fight, it would be irrational for either side to pursue a peace agreement. Like if you were a Palestinian, you said yes to a 2-state solution.
Where do I buy this? I want this. Just let me buy it. Let me buy it. Buy it. Let me buy it. Where? Please. Where? The link. Can you not buy this? You're gonna send me an email about this shit. I'm gonna have this fucking nice webpage. Where's the buy link? Where's the purchase? Where's the give you my money? Purchase. Buy. Why? What? I can donate, but I can't. Let me buy the shirt. College you rip off. People are not going to listen to your CPI calculations because it's literally propaganda. Once they enter the job market, you'll understand it's a lie. So true. None of the things I've read on CPI have been for college, by the way. I'm way ahead of the curve on that. I'm sure we'll learn about CPI in college at some point, but I already know exactly how it's propaganda because it actually is a really bad methodology for, calculating auto insurance inflation, and therefore it overestimates auto insurance inflation substantially and it actually shows inflation as being artificially high. Is economics your major? I'm getting an associate's in science first, but it will be. You would be an idiot because the ICC and the ICJ and the rest of the international community is eventually coming to save you, so why agree for anything now? And if you're Israeli, why would you agree to any kind of ceasefire or any kind of temporary or even long-term thing when, Iran and the rest of the world can still ship in, weapons to Gaza Strip or attack you or do whatever else, basically with impunity? Why would you agree to anything? And then you give up your right to kind of like settle into what I would say delusional Jews view as the historic, Judea and Samaria and their right to settle that homeland of the West Bank. So yeah, I think it's a big clusterfuck, but it's a bad, yeah.
What do you think about the West Bank Area C stuff, Anon? Stephen saying that he holds Israelis accountable for their expansion and settlements in the West Bank. Do you agree or disagree with that being a problem?
I have to say, Stephen, we could have skipped over all what we spent so far because once you said what you said, especially on the continued insistence on this idea of return, then that's basically my argument that there has never been any moment when there was an agreement for a 2-state solution when one of the Jewish. And you're saying that the Jews don't have an incentive.
Oh my God. Can you actually not buy this shirt? The shirt would be fucking awesome. But I guess you can. What the fuck? Is this there? This isn't the think tank's website, is it? This what? Apparently there is just an unrelated brand called Kato Fashions. Okay, that's awesome. Oh, that's it. It would be the base shirt. Arrgh.
That's so not true. Living like this is terrible. We would have wanted, with all due respect, and this is also to your question, Jake, to the West Bank, the vast majority of Israeli Jews could absolutely care less about it. And I even have recent empirical proof.
Wait, of the West Bank or of Gaza? Hold on,
this
sorry.
is also to your question, Jake, to the West Bank, the vast majority of Israeli Jews could absolutely care less about it. And
about the West Bank? I could see that argument being true about the Gaza Strip. There aren't, like, that many Zionists, unless you're, like, ultra-hardcore, like, Zionists that want to fucking settle in the West Bank. But, like, what? Is it like almost, I guess like literally almost a full percentage of the Israeli population lives in the West Bank settlements, right? I think it's like 700,000 settlers or whatever. I think that's about right.
Empirical proof, because you remember when people talk about annexing some areas of the West Bank after the Trump peace plan, and everyone talked about annexation. And I remember I participated in a lot of panels. Then I said, look, Israelis don't care about it. And then the Emirates
10%. Oh, wait, 700,000. Yeah, 10%. Hold on, not 1%, 10%.
ambassador to the U.S. wrote a big op-ed, and he said, guys, how about you shelf this annexation idea and you get direct flights to Dubai? And Israelis were like, yes. Like, so the preferred and
is this including East Jerusalem, though?
For a century have been always peace over territory, as long as we have something to live in. But if we can have more peace and less territory, that has always been the revealed preferences of the Israelis. Whatever's happening in the West Bank is the direct outcome. And I'm sorry, but I love when people say, okay, just end the occupation now. And when I say, okay, but we need to understand why there's an occupation and why it doesn't end. There's an occupation because, again, the Arab world continued its wars. And whenever Israel tried to end the occupation, either unilaterally or in agreement, the Palestinians have made it clear that they're not interested in any agreement that establishes a Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza and thereby ends Israel's military place there, the occupation, if that means forgoing return, which is another way to say accepting a Jewish state. So we're stuck. But if tomorrow the Arabs of Gaza and the West Bank would rise up to say, we are done with our century-long war against Zionism. We have realized it's been a waste of time. We want to devote our resources to have a state next to the Jewish state. We're done from the river to the sea. We understand that we're now refugees multiple generations, and we possess no right of return into the sovereign state of Israel. We just want to live next to the Jewish state rather than instead of it. I can assure you that the next day there is a peace agreement. And again, not because the Jews are nice, but because we're small, and we are paying a massive price for the fact that there is no peace. But we have yet to be shown an alternative which does not demand death to Israel.
I mean, is it pronounced? It's Einat.
Einat, yes.
Einat. I'm hesitant to agree with Einat, but yeah, I feel like the most damaging thing that is happening with this conflict is the international community's involvement. Again, if you were a Palestinian trying to make peace today, I think you'd probably be assassinated, because why would you ever make peace when you know that Israel?
When you know that international community is always going to save you. But I mean, it's not entirely wrong. There's obviously bad incentives there for the Palestinians because they know the international community will always support their movement to go to reject peace and always or to negotiate peace on the basis of borders from at least one war ago. But I'm clear. I think it's pretty obvious to me. It's obvious to me that the Palestinians would have a better chance of securing a state, at least if there were to be a genuinely peaceful movement.
Depending on how this ICJ case goes, that maybe the ICC will swoop in and arrest Gallant, or arrest Netanyahu, or maybe the surrounding Arab states will save us, or maybe Iran or the Houthis or Hezbollah or Hamas will come back, or something. Like, when you have all of these external forces that are basically saying fight, why would you ever make peace? And I think I feel like that's probably the number one obstacle right now to any kind of peaceful agreement being reached. It's just incredibly destructive, in my opinion.
But you still see the West Bank settlements as fundamentally problematic and not justified, right, Stephen?
The issue with them is that you get like a whole You could do like a whole thing on this. The problem is that what Anna said earlier is right. There's like different ways to have a conversation about what's going on in the Middle East. But one of the things that, and I've learned this recently, surprisingly, Jewish people, no offense, suck at communicating to the rest of the world. And Palestinians, because of what they've learned through Arafat and the Soviet Union, are so good at communicating with the Western world. And when you go to the Western world and you talk about peace between Israel and Palestine, you know, it's always like, well, what are the land swap percentages? And what is transportation going to look like? And what are the borders going to look like? And from the history of agreements that I've seen in the negotiations, I mean, like it was said that when Arafat went into negotiations in 2000, he didn't even have in mind like land percentages.
Yeah, he didn't know. He didn't ever actually have a good plan.
Oh my God, I'm forgetting all the names. So I've been so in American domestic politics. I spoke to Balin and I spoke to Shlomo Ben Ami when they talked about negotiations and they talked about the different things that they were trying to do. They were saying that one of the big issues is that when Arafat would come in for negotiations, in his mind, he's thinking like 60-70% land. And then all of a sudden the Israelis are like, what about like 80 or 90? He's like, well, hold on, maybe we'll just wait and see what they offer. Because at the end of the day, I don't know if the land stuff actually matters. I think it has more to do with the concept of the state of Israel. Because when you finally sit down and accept that Israel exists, what you're really saying is you've lost the 80-year conflict with the Jews, which sucks. And you're also saying we have foregone now all of our refugee right to return, which is a whole other conversation, but that's an issue that, regardless of your side, has been, through policy, dramatically inflated.
Arafat probably also just wanted to, like, you know, unite the Palestinian movement behind him, because there were, like, other groups in the West Bank at the time, before Oslo 1, I think, if I remember correctly. I think I remember correctly. That were like, gaining prominence, and I think he just wanted to... I don't think he ever actually had a comprehensive peace plan. I think he probably just wanted to legitimize the PLO by being the one to negotiate with Israel.
I think it's Arab Resolution 1537, where they said that there's a reason why you have all of these Palestinian refugees that are living in places like Syria and Lebanon. It's because, and even in Jordan, right, people who are made citizens are still considered refugees. It's because they're not. A lot of these countries aren't even allowed to give citizenship to Palestinians. They're forbade expressly for doing it, so that the number can continue to grow, so they can always kind of be a thorn in the Israeli side when it comes to negotiations. So until there's like some kind of pressure on,
I don't know what I was supposed to find it.
And I mean, the Israeli leadership can be involved in this too. Whether it's, as much as both sides seem to hate it, whether it's strengthening the Palestinian Authority, strengthening Mahmoud Abbas and his ability to be a leader or whatever. And I know that people don't like him for a variety of reasons.
Are you materialist or dualist, or lean towards materialism?
I think that this sounds horrible, and this is a crazy super Zionist position. And I'm not a pro-Zionist because I'll fight with Einat on her history. I'm probably going to fight later with Gideon on his history, or Elon Levy. Or wait, who are we talking to? Oh, okay, Gideon. Yeah, I'll probably fight him on his history. Like, the reality is in my opinion, the reason why the Jewish state was so successful is because it was sink or swim, right? Israel, like, the Arabs fought with the understanding or with the idea that, well, we can send them back to Europe, but the Jewish people that went there didn't feel like they had anywhere else to go, so it's either fight or die. And I think that encouraged them to be both pragmatic and ardent in their defense of their country. And for the Palestinians, they don't have that same pressure. They can just fight and fail forever and try and fail forever, and they'll always have, these backup international orgs to back them up. And that needs to disappear. There needs to be an impetus to actually negotiate and say, like, hey, if we don't figure this shit out now.
Crisis of the PLO boosted the chances of rivals in the territory, especially the Islamic organization Hamas and Islamic Jihad, who suffered no financial problems. Both Iran and Saudi Arabia continued to lavish budgets and gifts on them. And unfolded when not enough to force change of policies in the PLO. President Bush's electoral tweet by Bill Clinton dealt a serious blow to Palestinians and Arabs in general. The Bush-Baker team had no particular love for Jewish lobbies and was emotionally... What's up? Welcome back. And was emotionally deaf to Jewish and Israeli sensibilities. Clinton, however, lost no time presenting himself as a staunch friend of the Jewish people. Also, was for Arafat a political maneuver aimed at recovering control of the Palestinian policies and affairs than a peace initiative. More a political maneuver than a peace initiative. He went to Oslo to save the PLO from declining into oblivion, not necessarily in search of a peace formula. Arafat needed to establish a foothold in the Palestinian territories at all costs, even at the expense of an agreement with Israel that did not secure vital Palestinian aspirations, such as the right of self-determination and the end of Israeli policy settlements, and an acceptable solution to the issues of Jerusalem and refugees. On these bones of contention, the Oslo Accords were either silent, vague, or ambiguous. Yeah, clearly, like, I think he just wanted to... he just wanted to be the one to negotiate with Israel than fucking... rather than, like, actually having a comprehensive peace plan. He just wanted to secure his own power for the most part. Good point, Ben-Ami. True.
Oh, we are totally fucked because that pressure isn't there.
And you still think what they're doing in the West Bank is wrong, or no? Yes.
I think I don't, saying anything in this region is right or wrong is hard, right? Like the Gaza war, the civilian death is tragic there. But I mean, like, how many hundreds of thousands died in Yemen? What is it, 300 to 500,000 are dead in northern Syria? Nobody really cares. So saying right or wrong is not something I'm as interested in. I'm just saying, like, realistically, the problem that I have with the West Bank, and Sharon saw this, and all the early Israeli leaders saw this. the idea that you can just take over the West Bank with this huge demographic problem and pretend that nothing is like wrong with that, like you're setting yourself up for more and more failure. I think Sharon was very smart to pull out of the Gaza Strip. I know that he wanted to pull out of the West Bank completely. I think he only got like 10 settlements out, but yeah, it's just making things more and more intractable is the issue. I think.
Let me jump in really quick. So, Stephen, something you said seems to conflict with an earlier statement. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding. Earlier, the first part of this call, you were disagreeing with Anat about why Arabs rejected Jewish settlement in Israel.
Before we get to this, I don't even know. I don't know. I need people to fucking pull me back in this, okay? Because at this point, I don't even know if occupying Gaza would be bad. Okay, I don't know. I don't have a strong position. I don't know. Like, if Hamas truly was, if Hamas is going to keep diminishing in power, and the Palestinian Authority is able to take control of the Gaza Strip, if Israel controls the Philadelphia corridor and the Netzarim corridor and potentially other corridors, if they control those and they're willing to have like some amount of Palestinian sovereignty in the Gaza Strip in exchange for controlling those corridors, whether that just be better, right? Than if Israel would continue to blockade on Gaza. They're probably going to be more comfortable letting aid in and stuff. Like the West Bank is occupied, but it's not blockaded. It's not fucking blockaded to the extent that Gaza was. So long as there aren't settlements in Gaza, which some Israelis want to do, but I don't think most of them do. Would it even be that bad? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it'd be that, at this point, I don't think it'd be that bad. I don't know. Maybe I'm dumb, but why did you choose econ degree but not finance? Because finance is just boring. I'm more interested in I'm more interested in general macroeconomics than I am in just finance stuff. Sure, but I think it's currently unlikely for the PA to move to Gaza. I don't know. At this point, Sinwar is dead. Hamas's military capacity is significantly destroyed. I don't know. I think it's getting more likely. I don't know. None of the negotiations. Hedge fund job would be boring. Yeah, it would be. I think so. I don't know at this point. Finance is for market bros, econ is for market bros, and people interested in economy. True. I don't know. None of the negotiations in Egypt that fucking Mike Pence moment there, what the hell? Ever actually led anywhere to get the Arab nations to control the Gaza Strip. At this point, I don't know if Hamas can control the Gaza Strip. They have no fucking leaders anymore. Most of their military is gone. Most of the infrastructure in Gaza is gone. It's fucking 60% of homes have been destroyed. I don't even know where they would operate from or whatever. I don't know. I just don't know if
Anat was saying it.
I actually don't know. I don't know what the best case scenario would be. I'm just saying, previously I was occupying Gaza, would probably not be preferable. But at this point, I don't know. I actually don't know. Always see the Arab states protesting the situation in Palestine, but they absolutely refuse to take Palestinian refugees because the Palestinians cause all types of chaos in the country.
It's because they're Jewish, and you were saying no, it's because they're people. They're just coming in. Why would you accept your?
I mean, the steel man, the good faith explanation is that they are worried that if they let Palestinians in, then they won't be able to return back. But
and then you said something more broad.
Well, many took Palestinian refugees in the past, but in this war they haven't really, right?
Which was that you stand against this categorization of Arabs.
I don't think Egypt has at all.
And that's not a mindset to get the peace. And yet, on the other hand, now what you're saying is,
how's the government supposed to destroy territory from that far away? What do you mean? Are you talking about if the Arab nations controlled it, or are you talking about if Israel controlled it? I mean, Israel's not that far away from Gaza. Israel's always going to view Gaza as some level of security threat. I think rightly so. They're probably going to be more comfortable letting dual use materials in, like concrete, that can be used for either humanitarian purposes to rebuild the fucking homes that have been destroyed, or to build tunnels. I meant PA. I don't know how I feel in that too. I don't think you're entirely wrong. They did before, right? They did before Hamas came to power, and there was the Hamas Fatah civil war. They did. until Hamas got elected and the whole fucking civil war, right? But like, I don't know how I feel about that too. Like, maybe it would be better if Gaza and the West Bank were two different states. There was a like 3-state solution, like
Jewish statehood. So which one is it?
Well, hold on. Let me be super clear. The Arabs have always rejected, to the enjoyment of Israel, have always rejected the existence of an independent Israeli state. Full stop, period. There's a reason why Finkelstein or Wayne Rabbani wouldn't answer that question when I asked, like, oh, well, how in 52, I think at Lucerne, they would have taken the Gaza Strip and 200,000 Arabs. In 47, they would have accepted a partition plan. In 67, they begged Jordan, hey, please don't attack from the West Bank. You don't want to do that. And they did it anyway. Like, that's always been a thing. So I'm not saying that Arabs have ever accepted some kind of like 2-state solution, and I brought up earlier, the percentages that both sides are going to get, that really doesn't even matter, and in the West, they'll bring up, they'll say, well, they were going to give Jews 60% of the land, ignoring the fact that like half of this was the Negev, which is a fucking giant empty desert, right? But the reality is, even if they were given 5%, it would have been too much. They don't want any Jews here. I'm just saying that the fact that they're Jews, no offense, makes it so much worse, okay? Because historically, keep in mind that Jewish are seen as like a weak, dispossessed, scattered people that, mean and do nothing, and the Arabs see themselves as kind of like proud warriors. You've got 1,000+ years of your caliphates, of your empires, of all this, and to have these like, kind of weak, random people come in and not only establish a state, but then to do so militarily is unthinkable, and there's a whole deal of like generational.
Goddamn, she did it. She owned him. Now, they agree now.
Just because they're Jews, I think that was
destiny owned by the ultra Zionists.
Like, if somebody came in and they, beat the shit out of me in my apartment, I would be really, really mad if they beat me up, because I'd be mad that I got the shit beat out of me. But if it was no offense, but if it was a woman, I would feel that much worse. I'd be like, fuck, I got beat by a girl too. That's even worse. But the fact that I got it was the worst part. But it being a woman makes it even worse, right? Same thing with the fact that the Jews were the ones that came in and did it. I think makes it worse. I think if it would have been anybody, it would have been an issue. But yeah, sorry, it's a complicated issue.
And that's also a feminist, in addition to being a Zionist, right? So watch out. Okay.
But I don't beat up anybody.
Yeah. So I understand that Israel imposed the blockade fundamentally for security reasons. That being said,
I can fix it.
Security for Israel, it also inflicts pain on some innocent Palestinians. I think Stephen would agree with this. And I think, Stephen, your position is that as a part of a peace solution, the blockade needs to be removed or reduced, because if you have a situation where a group of people is being oppressed, that's not conducive for lasting peace. Stephen, I'm trying to summarize.
Yeah, I'll get my take, and then I can.
See Destiny versus Destroyer? No, I didn't. We'll watch it at some point, though.
Justification argument for it
I need the reaction views,
purposes,
obviously.
I think if you look at everything that was being shipped in there from 2000 and onwards, right, from the Second Intifada onwards, I think you can make a strong argument that there's a good reason for the blockade to exist. However, I feel like it's important that Israel sends a message to the world and to the Palestinians that, like, hey, listen, as long as the security concerns are alleviated, like, we're willing to play ball, okay? So we went in, we did a massive, ground operation in Gaza. There was a lot of destruction, but we feel like we got rid of Hamas. So now the blockade goes away. If Hamas comes back, then the blockade goes back. When I think of the blockade, I think of like punishing. I got a 13-year-old son. They don't have punishments in mind longer. A 13-year-old longer than like 2 weeks. If you try to ground a child for like 4 months, that doesn't mean anything more than 2 weeks. They can only think like 7 days out. So I feel like with the blockade, it can't just be like a forever punishment, because if you're a Palestinian, you're like, okay, well, fuck, this sucks. But like after the war, when the rebuilding and everything happens, the blockade is lifted. As long as everything is like chill, hopefully that like drives people onwards, especially younger people, to be like, okay, well, maybe this like fighting all the time doesn't really get anything done, and now that we can actually ship stuff in here, this is like way better, and hopefully like alleviates that kind of like discontent that leads to people like Hamas, everything rising up. But that's my take on it.
So again, I'd like to empirically challenge the whole notion that the Arabs and Palestinians operate as a result of any economic hardship. You all know, of course, that just the massive massacres that were misnamed the Second Intifada happened after a period
misnamed the Second Intifada? What?
Like the notion.
I don't know if this is racist. Sinwar bodyguard. UNRWA. People think that he is a... I don't know if this is true or not. Reports from Gaza indicated the other terrorists killed in Sinwar's were Sinwar's bodyguard, one of whom worked as a teacher for UNRWA, and another was a high-ranking official in Hamas. I don't know if this is real or not. I'm sure we'll get more information right now. I don't want to just trust this fucking shit on Twitter. But this is... Oh no, what did Frogan say today?
Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Who fucking who? I hope you get PTSD.
Oh, but she's not bad.
Sometimes I'm like, whatever about the U.S. soldiers are the ones that like acknowledge that like what they did was wrong. They didn't know back then. Whatever. You're a good person.
What's your trust name? Frogan?
Oh my
you don't
God,
know Frogan?
They get 10 gifted. The U.S. military that are like, yeah, like, I did this back then, but now I know it's wrong. Like, I'm changed. Like, fuck imperialism. Fuck this. You don't deserve the PTSD. But like any other motherfucker, you're joining them. You're like, oh my God, I want my fucking Camaro. And fuck you. I hope you get PTSD.
You hope. Wow. I saw I think it was Dan that made this site. He at least tweeted it out. DanClancySucks.com. Which like has all the links to Hasan saying absolutely unhinged shit. And then Dan Clancy like wishing him happy birthday and stuff. Frogan is insane. There's so many.
Ultimately, like if I were to do a charity thing where the charity thing relies on your donations, it should be something where
There's so many things Frogan does that's insane.
Feel good and are down for it. And like ultimately, regardless of what you think, that is not the situation here. So I personally donated 10K. Because I think it is worthwhile. And if you guys got some extra bread, I would recommend you donate. But I won't throw it on you, you know what I mean? No thanks. And some people are going to say that, you know what I mean? That's why it's the difference.
This is a cracker take.
Difference between like, hey, I can put my money where my mouth is, but I don't need to put your money there.
But this is A-okay with Twitch.
A fucking debate about whether that's worthwhile.
Take. Hey, I know Arabs are dying, but
It's wild. It's wild. It's wild. Also, the Asmon ban, he probably deserved to be banned. I mean, like, what he said is unhinged. Now, it's wild that he was banned. But, like, Hasan isn't or anything, but...
that the Palestinians will not engage in suicidal actions because they will have something to lose was literally disproved. But I want to read something to you from today. There aren't a lot of critical Palestinian voices from within Gaza, but this is one of them. His name is Ibrahim Ibraj, and he basically says, if we tell the truth, on the eve of October 7th, there was extensive economic activity in Gaza.
But did he say that all those
visited,
haven't? Who is all
saw
those?
that every day there was a new mall, a car exhibition, new towers, new places, new restaurants being opened. He even says that a delegation from Sudan that visited Gaza said that if this is what an Israeli blockade looks like, they
I agree with you. Like, yeah, like they should have. It's wild that he got banned, but Hasan can do literal fucking terrorism propaganda, dude. You know what's insane? Okay, I've said it before. Okay, what asmongold did was bad, but he's not fucking cowardly about it. Okay, when Hasan brings on, I think his name is Nick Merckx or whatever, right? I talked about this before. Hasan brings on Nick Merckx, who doesn't know anything about, who doesn't like know basically anything about like Israel Palestine, and goes and like just says to him, the Houthis. It's not Nick Merckx. Isn't his name Nick or something? I don't know. Did he get part? No, just a 14-day ban. Hasan will bring on like an uneducated person on his stream, and be like, yeah, bro, the Houthis are enforcing their territorial waters. You know, they're just saying until the genocide in Gaza stops, they're just going to not let Israeli ships through. As if this is some type of legitimate action that the Houthis are taking and not fucking terrorism, which is in a breach of international law. These aren't, first of all, it's innocent passage, even if it was even if it was Yemen's territorial waters or the Houthis' territorial waters, like they can't fucking shoot Israeli ships. Hasan would never apply that same logic to the U.S. when the U.S. targets like economic targets, when the U.S. does sanctions on Iraq, for example, which I'm pretty sure he's fucking opposed to. Two, the Houthis aren't Yemen. They're not the government of Yemen. But Hasan knows this. Hasan knows this. He's just a fucking coward. And instead of doing what asmongold does, which is say is like unfiltered take. Hasan's unfiltered take being, I support terrorism against Israel because I think Israel's evil. He's too cowardly to actually say that. So he fucking lies to his guest. He lies to his viewers. It's wild. Well, I was going to say that was even that bad. That like he said that Palestinians deserve to be genocided because they're from an inferior culture. Like
we know it cut down their economy.
It's worded badly, but he said nothing bad. Well, he didn't say that. That is almost exactly what he said. He said they're from an inferior culture and they have genocide baked into the culture, so he's not going to feel bad that if they are genocided, right? Am I getting that right? I'm pretty sure that's almost exactly what he said.
Based on,
What?
we know that the blockade reduced the Gazan economy significantly, though. I mean, the report, I think, is like that's a demonstrable, I think.
It's actually not anecdotal, but again, it's one that it actually shows on the eve of October 7th, the Human Development Index of Gaza is better than about 90 countries. The notion, and this again goes to the beginning of our conversation, the fact that there is economic success or more money or less money, more settlements, less settlements, all of these things have exactly zero impact on the Palestinian ideology of no Jewish state. The Palestinians could have made a choice. The blockade begins 2 years after Israel fully withdraws from Gaza. Gaza actually started shelling Israel already from 2001. The fact that Israel got out, they continued shelling Israel. It's only in 2007. And yet one of the things that often people do is reversal of cause and effect. The people of Gaza had a choice. They could have taken, finally, the first time that they control territory, that the Arabs of the Levant finally control territory.
Singapore, say
all
it.
of the Mediterranean. I was working with Shimon Peres at the
Ah,
time.
you stated Singapore, the Middle East, said Pearl in the Mediterranean.
Money, individual people to give all the agricultural places so that the Palestinians can continue to export.
I don't think it. Link the clip. I'm pretty sure what he basically said is that like he's not going to feel bad about mass killing if it's from people of an inferior culture, whatever.
Culture from the Gaza Strip, and the first thing they did is to destroy all of that. So there is actually, at one point, you need to respect them and take them at their word. But I will add to that I completely agree with Stephen. There's a wonderful piece recently written by my colleague, Dr. Shani Moore, on the 4 failed concepts that led to October 7th. And the fourth one, the third and the fourth, talk about the completely destructive role of the international community that has basically constantly, like Stephen said, allow the Palestinians to continue to believe that they can imagine a Palestine from the river to the sea. I was recently in a terrible conference that was under the message of to heal. And it was all this like blah, blah healing stuff with Israelis and Palestinians. And at one point I said, look, in order to heal, the part of the wound has to be over, right? You do not begin the healing when people are still shooting. You need to know that the shooting is over, and then you begin to take care of the wound. The biggest tragedy in this conflict is that again and again, I think this has to do with the role of the Jews in the Western imagination, again and again, the Palestinians have been saved, but not really saved, indulged in not embracing defeat. I'm using the title of a book about Japan post-World War II. People...
we'll get to that in a second, Yumi.
Sometimes cringe
just
from
wait.
doing it, but
so I can, so
want to move forward.
It's easier to edit. It's easy to edit if we talk about this afterwards. That way I have like one segment of this, one segment of. Well, we can talk about it in a second. Okay.
Every time
12
in
minutes.
history, you often have to accept that you are defeated. The Arabs have to accept that insofar as their goal has been to prevent a Jewish state in any part of the land, in that aspect, they were defeated. They should put a line on it. They should embrace that defeat and begin to develop a vision of living next to a Jewish state rather than instead of it. The day they do that, I can assure you, they will be sovereign. There will be no blockade. There will be trade. There is nothing more than we want than the Arabs around us to finally decide that they want to live next to us rather than instead of us. We'll be happy to just live together and trade and be at peace. That's all we want.
By the way, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's some truth to this of this happening in the West Bank in the past. I'm fairly certain any economic relations Israel establishes with Gaza or with the West Bank is just going to be, it's only going to be interpreted by people that Israel is like exploiting the cheap labor in the Gaza Strip or in the West Bank. You know that's how it's going to be interpreted. That's how it will always be interpreted.
But Stephen, you disagree. You think the blockade should go?
Which there could be some truth to.
I feel like it should go as a show of good faith.
Before,
I do agree that there is a negative ethos, a very heavy ideology that kind of powers the people there in terms of wanting to fight and resist forever. But I mean, you've got a new generation of people. It was said that Arabs would never make peace with Jews, but it's happened with the surrounding Arab states. Now there's a different situation with the Palestinians, obviously, because there's contested land. But I think it's possible. But people need to be shown that there's another way to live. People have to be shown that there can be something different besides the constant fighting. And one thing that I discovered myself.
But they were shown that. I mean, I have to ask, at one point, how many times, that's the thing that drives me crazy, how many times do you have to show good faith again and again? We negotiated. We got out of the Gaza Strip. How many times do we need to show good faith until it is understood that for the conflict to end, the ideology that wants nothing less than no Jewish state anywhere between the river and the sea, that ideology has to die? And as soon as that ideology dies, there will be no blockades, no occupations. There will be none of that.
Okay, this is the description I'll give. So description, not prescription. So I'm not making a moral judgment. But what I will say is that Israel enjoys broad support from the West and from the United States especially, because the vision that people have in Generation X and above of, people in their 40s and older, is Israel was the single democracy in the Middle East in a sea of enemies that managed to exist, survive, and then eventually thrive as an ally to the United States. And that's like the impression I think that is in a lot of people's minds. For my generation and younger, when you think Israel, you think, oh, those are the people that terrorize Palestinians. That's the only impression that people have in their mind. Because no one else is attacking them except for Iranian proxies who are whatever. And then you've just got the Palestinians. If that situation persists, I think that it will like see a marked decrease for Israeli support from the West, and I think that Israel will find itself backed into a corner that it won't be able to get out from, because once you've lost that support, and then once you, God forbid, if you were to start losing the support of surrounding Arab states, the situation would become dire. So I agree that it sucks, and it's definitely not a fair situation in a variety of ways, of course. But I mean, like Olmert said this to me like 30 times, right? You don't make peace with friends, you make peace with enemies. There has to be some path, and Israel has to be like a trailblazer here. Like it has to be, not like, well, we'll accept peace if you guys want to come to us and actually make an agreement, and until then we're going to be happy to kind of like do as we are, because I think that path that Israel is on is not a good path. I think that it would be very bad. I'm not arguing that it's fair or anything else. I'm just saying that I think that something has to be.
It's complicated because I know there's quite a few people in Israel who are fucking opposed to peace and want full sovereignty over the West Bank. But I'm pretty sure even Netanyahu took a proactive step towards peace. I think in 2009 or whatever, he did a settlement freeze, or it might have been 2010. He did a 9-month settlement freeze or something, to try to get peace negotiations going on, but it did not end up working.
There. And it probably is going to require aggressive measures from the Israeli side, through diplomacy, through peace,
through a
combination of things, military included, in order to make that work. Or if not, I got a lot of trouble for saying this a year ago, blow them all up, either move them all out or make peace with them. But this in-between land is it's keeping a wound open forever. It's like a necrotic flesh wound.
Destiny hates peace.
You can find a way to cure it and make it good, or you can amputate, but you can't.
Was it this? 10-month settlement freeze 2009. Yeah.
Can't leave it there, because all it's going to do is rot and grow and eventually lead to your death, which I think is what's happening right now. So there has to be some.
Oh, and I guess Palestinians, it didn't include East Jerusalem, when did Israel annex East Jerusalem?
Has to happen. Yeah.
So, I think he's saying, and then we can wrap up, is that even though Israel has done goodwill in the past, they still have to remove the blockade to give the Palestinians a feeling that they can have a good life, and the blockade diminishes that. I know.
Not when they occupied it. When did they full on annex it? Because at some point they occupied the West Bank, but Israeli basic law doesn't apply to the West Bank the same way Israeli basic law applies to the Golan Heights, which they did officially annex. And I'm pretty sure they did the same thing with East Jerusalem, but I don't know when.
Now, you gave the story about how their economy is better than 90 countries, but there's demonstrable evidence that it does weaken their economy. I don't know by what exact number. I mean, do you think it doesn't hurt their livelihood, the blockade? Or
I think the blockade is incredible, is a subset of the fact that their priority for the last century has been to not have a Jewish state. I'm saying if their choice would have been
1980, the Knesset ratified basic law in Jerusalem. Okay, there we go.
Or would be at any point to prioritize having a state next to the Jewish state, there would not be a need for anything, because there would be peace. So the quite inefficient blockade was merely the result of the fact that despite Israel showing goodwill, trying, by the way, to cut the flesh wound, to completely get out of Gaza, to show goodwill, to allow them to control territory without agreement, and just have them run with it, what have they done? They have turned it into a weaponized, integrated area for the purpose of liberating Palestine from the river to the sea, in their wording of no Jewish state. So every time you focus on blockade, settlements, all of these, I always go back to the foundational issue. It's the ideology, and the ideology has to die.
Oh, Palestinianism, say it again, say it again.
Ideology, like the defeat of Nazism, the defeat of Japanese imperialism. Some ideologies need to be defeated, and if I may, Olmert is wrong that you make peace with enemies. You make peace with defeated enemies. You make peace with enemies who have embraced defeat, that have accepted that the war is over, and then you begin the negotiations of peace. That has always been the basis for enduring peace. That's how we get to something. And I agree with you, Stephen and Jake. I want something to happen. This is why I keep on focusing.
Well, this is the Destiny meme right on. Nobody wants peace. They want justice. They want a peace, but they want that peace, on the terms that they feel are just. Israel doesn't want peace. It wants a just peace. If Israel or Ukraine just completely surrendered, there'd be peace. Obviously, it wouldn't be a just peace, though. Ukraine would be, totally annexed. Israel and Palestine equals angry birds. True. That's the big thing. Yeah, everyone wants justice. Watch him. He's going to say it. Watch him. He's going to say it. I've watched enough Destiny debates. I can read him like a book.
That has repeatedly
wonder if Destiny was the bottom.
Final thoughts, Stephen?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I necessarily disagree. I guess the only thing that is kind of depressing is that when I talk to Palestinians, I can get a lot of agreement on the side that Israelis need to do a lot more work, and the Palestinians, have obviously suffered a great deal over the past 80 years for a variety of reasons. But anytime I suggest, well, maybe the Palestinians should do a little bit, it's like I'm met with the harshest pushback, like, no, fuck that, we're not going to do anything. And then sometimes I feel like when I speak on the Israeli side, it feels kind of similar, where it's like, well, the Palestinians obviously have messed up a lot historically, but when it's time for should Israel do anything, well, no, fuck that, we probably fuck them. And it's like, okay, well, it feels like as long as both sides have those like narratives kind of like stuck in their head. Not to say I'm drawing a false equivalency a bit between the crimes of both sides, but yeah, I guess it just feels intractable. when the thoughts are like that, I guess on both ends, yeah.
Is it intractable, Anon? And your final thoughts?
If there will be a Palestinian state, do you consider it feasible to lead Palestine state, get progressive laws implemented by the use of pressure from other countries? It wouldn't be feasible. I don't think it would be feasible, but
I draw hope from history, from the fact that a lot of bad ideologies have ultimately been defeated in history, replaced by different ideologies. We have to admit that sometimes wars have been important. Wars, defeat, have been important in order for people to understand that ideologies have been wrong. So I draw inspiration from the fact that people change, nations change. I believe that the Arabs and the Muslim world can embrace the existence of a Jewish state, not just reluctantly, but actually as part of a full and proud Arab and Muslim identity. And ultimately, I think that it's a tragedy that the Palestine Arabs have been ultimately indulged for so long in the ability to avoid accepting and embracing the fact that the goal of from the river to the sea is not going to happen. They can live next to a Jewish state rather than instead of it. The day that we will have a plurality, I'm not just even saying the majority, the day that we have a plurality of Palestinians that accept it, I can assure you, is the day that we will be able to negotiate peace.
And with that, thank you both so much for your time. I'm going to end the...
Damn. Angry Birds Peace Treaty.
Dear friends, after too many years and too many victims, I believe we have reached an agreement that will put an end to the senseless
I think Israel and Palestine should be before. Yeah, we should annex Israel, make it a first state.
The UN will guarantee the defense of the pigs from any aerial attack, while the birds will get most of their eggs back.
What the fuck, dude?
Friends, please put the anger behind you.
What the fuck, man?
Put the anger behind you. Please.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Gentlemen, please, let's not spoil the historic moment. Please.
The real place we should annex is Canada, true. And Mexico, too. And, fuck it, all the way down to the Panama Canal.
Say what? Fuck off! Say what?
Oh my god.
Put the anger behind you. Come on, we are expected at the upper land for the ceremony. Please. Gentlemen, please. Please.
This is good.
Stand here, please.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Oh no. Is it another kickbot? It's a kickbot, damn.
Hello. Get me on the first flight to Finland. These people are insane. Business class, of course.
Damn. I can't believe the Israelis would do this. YouTube kids? Gotta update your game, brother. What can I even watch this? It's South Park. I'm gonna get copy strike. I'm gonna get this censor things on the screen right now. The birds were the Israelis? I think they are supposed to be. Right? Because it would make sense. They're getting their eggs back, aka they're getting the hostages back, right? And their aerial, the aerial attack, right? I don't know. Makes sense for the pig to be Israeli because poor density. What is this?
I changed so many opinions on politics when I realized
What?
this is if you're trying to figure out what Americans feel like, first of all, get rid of the idea of Americans, number one. And number two,
wow.
stop looking at national polling data because we don't
Wow,
vote
crazy localist destiny here.
national and anything.
Can't believe it.
We vote for our representatives, we vote for our senators, and then we vote within our states for things. And when you start looking more granularly at American opinion, you start to realize more why things are the way they are. You might think that, like, well, 52% of Americans support the legalization of marijuana or prostitution or gun control or whatever. But when you look state by state, you're like, okay, hold on, this breaks down way differently depending on where you're looking at things.
But that's changing.
But we're trying to force.
Is happening.
It might be, but the problem is we're trying.
Okay, what
to
did asmongold? What's he? Where's the clip of him? Can someone link the actual? What clip did he say to get banned? Okay. I saw he apologized for it, and then he like made a Reddit post apologizing for his apology. Well, I apologize because it's retarded to use Palestinians interchangeably with religious fanatics as terrorists. Obviously, not all people in Palestine are trash. It's not really that complicated. Also, it wasn't just that issue. Don't let yourself become ideologically captured by a worldview to the point where it makes you so unreasonable you turn to what you're fighting against. No one wins when I stand behind a statement that's false and mischaracterizing.
You're literally creating a tier list by not supporting them because there's someone else on the list? No, I'm not. I'm not supporting any of it. Absolutely not. I'm not supporting a group of people that would, kill a gay person or a trans person for existing. I'm not going to support that.
Like, when he said group of people, obviously, it's too vague. Okay.
Group of people in any context. Absolutely not. No. It's not even a question. These people would be the ones doing the genociding if they had the power. They would be doing it. Their laws currently enable them to do it. If you want to consider a genocide as a
This would be a YouTuber whose entire stick is apologizing for the
systematic
last apology
killing of
he
a
made.
group of people, they have genocide built into Sharia law right now. So no, I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't...
Like, okay, this part is kind of stupid.
Baked into their laws are getting genocided.
Like, just saying, I'm not gonna have sympathy for people. I mean, obviously, I don't think that's a genocide going on, but people who are like being genocided for, just because you believe that their culture, whatever, incentivizes genocide. Obviously, I guess it is. I probably don't disagree with his actual position here. If he's using Palestinians interchangeably fanatic/terrorist, if really what he does mean, I don't know if this is what he does mean. I guess he probably clarified it in this fucking debate with Hasan. If really all he does mean is that it's not 100% clear without context. I mean, like, you can see when he's talking back here.
By not supporting them, supporting any of it. Absolutely not.
He just
I'm
says,
not
like,
supporting a group of people that would...
it's too vague. I'm not supporting a group of people in any context. What does that mean? Like...
When people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people.
Don't you feel the same way? With this I don't... What is his actual point?
It's crazy that people don't see it that way.
I mean, he's not supporting Nazis or Christian nationalist either. Is an hour long? 3 hours long? Statement is wrong, because not all who live in Palestine want to live under this Sharia law system. No, I agree with that part, obviously. That's the... Oh my god. Another kickbot, dude. Palestine is one of the most religious places in the Middle East. 85% consider religion very important. I saw part of this. The parts I saw were horrible. Like Hasan, I mean. Let me just change the title. Da, 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 da. Did he is there like a clip of him clarifying his position? Because obviously it's dumb to say that, like, I don't care if Palestinians are genocided because I think that all of them support Sharia law and that intrinsically has genocide built into the system, okay? That point is dumb. There are two Wizard Cat. Clip has been go clarifying when he banned. No, I mean like well, I'm like he talked to Hasan for like 3 hours apparently, dude. So I'm pretty sure he clarified further in here. He didn't get banned for a little bit.
Our greater number.
We have to watch the entire. We're not watching the entire 3-hour debate, man. It's not worth it.
River when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a. They're terrible people.
What the?
I mean, this is like literally. He said like terrible people, inferior culture. Don't care if you're genocided. That's dumb, but. He was even more clumsy in his own segment.
Ain't no way he's talking about Palestinians, right?
They'd be doing the same thing. And how much did they kill? As many as they can. They're not able to kill as many people as Israel because they don't have as many bombs and as many weapons. But if they did, they'd be doing the same thing.
Oh my God, I hate this argument so much, bro. This is crazy.
Okay, this argument's correct though.
Holy, what is this? This is the full clip.
I want to consider a genocide as a systematic killing of a group of people. They have genocide.
See this? Okay, this is a clip I saw.
Built into Sharia law.
He's saying he literally doesn't care if we genocide a group of people who just like adhere to whatever he thinks Sharia law is, but. All he's saying is that they have the same intentions, just power and balance. That's fact. Well, I don't believe they have the same intentions. I believe Israel has radically different intentions. I don't believe Israel's purposefully killing civilians, whereas Hamas, I do think, is purposely killing civilians. But,
bro, oh my God, bro, oh my God. It's so funny because, like, his analysis right here is the liberal analysis. When you scratch the surface
based
of like the average American over a certain age and why
do you believe Hamas should be genocided? It's not a genocide to kill Hamas though. Unless like that's a dumb definition of genocide. I like it is cultural genocide to get rid of Hamas. I don't think that what does cultural genocide even mean? A specific group of people? Yeah, but not based on. It's based on like cultural or ethnic lines. If specific group of people, it's not based on military organization status, right? It's not based on whether you are a member of a. It doesn't definition literally say like religious, cultural, or like ethnic group. It does not say military group. Hamas is an integral part of their culture. But I don't even like.
They are so.
I don't think I fully agree with that, but
blind to the obvious dynamic, the obvious inequalities, the obvious inhumanity of Israel's operations. They literally agree with this. They also think this. You only arrive at this conclusion after years and years.
These two streamers again, they are not scholars.
That justify the world, the war on terror, America's war.
Cultural genocide is kind of an iffy concept. I don't even know. Is cultural genocide a real thing under international law? I don't know if that's a real thing or if that's like an academic term that people use.
Required the dehumanization of Arabs and Muslims and every single person that lives in that part of the region. Because if you were to look at the situation and recognize that humans are being blown apart every single day
imitation,
so
though?
that America can secure oil fields in Iraq, you would go crazy. So you have to either, on the one hand, omit key details, but also every single time you cover the atrocities, have to make it seem like they are, you know, worthy targets or collateral damage that is permissible. Why is it permissible? Because they're not really human beings.
Don't have as many.
Yeah, that's the argument, Hasan. Their collateral damage is permissible because they're not really human beings. That's my good job. You just That's my liberal argument. Does Hamas not represent a specific culture? I don't. Does Hamas not represent a? I mean, they're the government of Gaza, right? Like in that way, they represent Gaza. They are an outgrowth of Gaza. But here's the thing: the way Asmongold was phrasing it, it sounded like he said because certain people in Gaza are genocidal or whatever, then I don't care if all Gazans are genocided. Maybe that's not actually his position. That's fine. But the way he phrased it, that's what it sounds like. I can very much understand why people heard that at the very least. That's what I still hear when I watch the clip. It's like he's saying they're from an inferior culture, so we can if I can kill all of them. He's saying he doesn't have any sympathy for that. That's what I hear.
As many weapons. But if they did, they'd be doing the same thing.
The other part.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. All right. Asmon.
Okay. Yes.
In the interest of fairness, I want you to explain what you said that I saw.
Okay, we'll see.
In limited clips earlier today, I think.
Okay, so basically, I find it to be really problematic that people put a lot of virtue signaling, and I think it is virtue signaling, for people that are supportive for trans rights and LGBT rights when they support countries that kill people and prosecute them for being LGBT. I think it's a huge problem, and I don't think you can have both of those things.
So when you were saying Palestinians exhibit inferior culture that's barbaric, you were simply talking about the hypocrisy? Is that what it is?
Yeah, pretty much. I do. And
that's okay. It's a dumb. The hypocrisy thing is a dumb point because the gay, the whatever LGBTQ people for Gaza is just people know that most Gazans are probably homophobic. They just support Gazans because they think they're being genocided. Obviously, if you think a group of people is actually being genocided, it shouldn't matter whether or not they support being homophobic. Doesn't make you inhuman. Does not grant you inhuman rights. Even if you fully accepted that they have a quote unquote inferior culture, whatever. Then
you said that I thought Christian theocracy was better.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, what a fucking surprise. Okay. Well, here's the thing, right? Yeah, go ahead.
I want you to fully explain because I want to understand everything that you mean beyond the hypocrisy because the hypocrisy version or the hypocrisy in and of itself is one thing that we can address. It's a super simple concept.
Well,
but I think there's always a broader point beyond hypocrisy because online hypocrisy in and of itself or even the invocation of hypocrisy or perceived hypocrisy is seemingly a more damaging thing than actual material harm, right? Oh, this person is hypocritical, and that's a very common thing. I'm sure you experience it on a regular basis as well. It doesn't really matter.
Most hypocrisy, I think, is derived from a misunderstanding that is often deliberate. I see it oftentimes with you. You've seen it with me. Everybody has it happen. It's extremely common on the internet.
It's the Andrew Tate phenomenon, right? Where people don't give a fuck about what Andrew Tate may have done or may not have done, or all the shit that he has definitely done, right? And care more about perceived hypocrisy. Usually, they care more about that than anything else. So I don't really.
I think there's a Norm Macdonald clip about that. It was very good.
Yeah, I don't necessarily.
Okay, great. Are they gonna get past this?
You have to be rich to advocate for LGBT acceptance.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, what are you saying? Sorry.
No, what I'm simply saying is that LGBTQ representation in video games is oftentimes considered to be something that is
How are they on this already?
Unnecessary. Or something that is
you're talking about
in
games?
In games, in facets of culture, in facets of media.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. It feels like it's inauthentic. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, wait, is there a positive example of LGBTQ representation that you can think of in mainstream media in recent years?
Sure.
Just so I understand what the dynamic is there.
Did you play Final Fantasy 16?
I did not.
I want him to clarify the inferior culture point.
Understanding what their culture is, what the Palestinian culture is, and you're also not setting the standard under the material conditions in which they exist.
The material conditions.
You can do that. So there are a number of other countries.
All comes back to dialectical materialism.
Let me go after this.
Okay, you go ahead. But I will.
Which part of the inferior culture part? I mean, does he actually not care if people are genocided or whatever, just because they have a inferior culture?
Historically appropriate point in a second.
So basically, the reason why I don't like what they do is because it's based off of a religious theocracy. And so you can look at other religious theocracies in other countries that aren't being bombed, and the one commonality that they have is that they all suppress people's identity and they express their freedom of expression. And I think that any culture and any type of government that is derivative of a religion is fundamentally inferior. I think this is true with any book.
Okay,
it's true
this
with
is relatively
it's true
fine.
with Christianity. It's true with Islam. It's true with Hinduism. I think it's true with anything. And I find it to be very problematic that we're using these books as a guideline for like how to make laws when these books actively encourage killing people for different types of identities. And obviously, like, I understand that there's like a huge spectrum of people that are part of any culture. There's people that are way more progressive, people that are way less progressive. But what I see is that I see countries that have laws that haven't been bombed, right? You look at like Saudi Arabia, or like Dubai. A lot of these other countries still have the same types of expressions or same type of restrictions on the expression for LGBT.
You meant Hamas, he said he doesn't care.
No,
I guess, like...
Hey guys, I wanted to talk to you all about what my reason was for getting suspended on Twitch, and also
Dude, why is this camera quality so bad
my
here?
plans are going
He's
forward.
fucking
I'm going
glowing,
to try
man.
and structure this video into 2 parts, where the first part is going to be me talking about the Twitch suspension.
I find that to be problematic and inferior. And I think that you could make, I want to make sure that this is very clear, because like, I don't want you to think that this is something that's like a, oh, the brown people over there are wrong. I would say the exact same thing for us, you know, like the church, you know, like Christianity. Like if you look at, for example, like Salem witch trials, it's disgusting. It's horrible. So all I'm saying is that I think that there's a standard that's being applied, and I don't really understand how that's defensible at all. I don't like, and that's what doesn't make sense to me. Is
It's
that,
not.
And, like, okay,
It's
well, go
not.
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
But here's the problem.
Okay.
It's not defensible, but I think most people, including like the gay Palestinians or queer Palestinians or queer Lebanese people, understand that there is no room for advocating for civil liberties in your own domestic policies when you are escaping bombing campaigns.
I see your point.
So you have to
This is the reason
all
why
unite behind that.
so many of-
Skip all Hasan dialogue, please. We're not watching 3 hours of this shit. I just wanted him to clarify that point. But husband got accustomed to fear when he lived in a garbage dump and almost died from malnutrition because he's avoided vegetables his entire life. So
of
true.
these countries, whether it be Iran, whether it be Afghanistan, whether it be Egypt, or many of these places that were far more liberal from Western standards, from the Western understanding of like social liberalism, multiple decades ago, before Western intervention, are no longer as socially liberal as they once were. Because
Talking about like the 1917 Iran thing, basically.
Not 1917, but yes,
Or it's
circa
1979,
1950s.
excuse me. Yes, sorry.
And when you look at the history of these countries, and not to say that like I don't personally think that Saudi Arabia deserves to be annihilated for having a religious theocracy. I don't personally think Israel deserves to be annihilated for operating within like liberal confines, but still maintaining a religious theocracy that is baked into now their constitution.
Do you think that I support that?
No, I don't think you support that either. But oh wait, well, in terms of the Palestinians, I think the quote was that inferior cultures deserve to be wiped out.
Oh, I don't know about that. I feel like anytime you're killing people based off of anything like that, I don't think that Israel or America or anybody has the right to come in and tell Palestine how to live and for what, for them, like, what they're supposed to do. Right? I'm not trying to tell them what to do, but if you want me to accept their culture as being equivalent to ours, I won't do that.
Okay,
I
based. Okay, okay, based. What?
Culture. You understand the culture changes throughout time, and it is directly a consequence of like how people or what people are experiencing.
Okay, that take is based. If clearly he did not phrase it well initially, that take is based though.
We're evidence of that. We're evidence of that because like we're much farther.
So do you think like I don't think you would agree that bombing places makes them more tolerant to
Absolutely not.
Yeah. Okay. And I don't think that you think that like nuking America, for example, circa 2013 when gay marriage was
we're not going to bomb the gay into them. I understand that.
Okay.
You're totally right.
Okay. So
yeah.
In terms of some of your statements, like not only I think you're wrong on the history of queer culture in Arab countries, in Muslim nations in general. I'll give you one example. The Ottoman Empire actually decriminalized homosexuality in the Tanzimat era. I think it was like 18th century. And before then, it was not even like a problem. It was never an issue. Far before Western nations ever actually decriminalized or made it legal to be gay. And this is oftentimes a not really mentioned.
Homosexuality is forbidden in Ottoman Empire until homosexuality legalized. Pivotal moment often cited singling private decriminalization. I just clicked on a sound stream for just giggle and he's crying about Destiny. What? Is he? Okay, obviously Asmongold is dumb and phrased this point incredibly in the worst possible way, but I think his actual point is fine.
what I'm doing, and I'll just hope that people will be charitable and people will understand where I'm coming from. You know? That's it. Drama. Kamala on Fox News. Trump on PPD. Yahya Sinwar killed.
Okay. Why did I click on that? What the fuck is this video even? He obviously phrased his point, but if his actual point is that he doesn't think, you know, whatever Palestinian culture is equivalent to ours, then, like, that's fine. Whatever. Correct. Based. I mean, he didn't explain the genocide part, though. I mean, he explained that he doesn't... He explained he didn't think that, you know, we have the right to, whatever, impose our will on them, that we can't bomb the gang into them, nor should we. He explained that part. Inferior culture part is fine, though. I think he just... I think when he says genocide, he's just dumb. Definition of genocide was misguided. What was it, Caleb? Is it just because it looked like on his Reddit thing, he when he says genocide, he's referring to killing all the Palestinian militants. That's what his Reddit post makes it sound like. Try to use Palestinians interchangeably with religious fanatics, not terrorists. Obviously, not all people Palestine is trash. Really, not so complicated. Rent a dumpster, buy some boxes, clean your house. Yes, that's all the terrorist is the stance. Okay, that, like, obviously he's just dumb. I think he was saying that killing the whole groups in general not technically genocide. Yeah, okay.
It was Yom Kippur.
What the fuck? AI short? What the hell?
Outside myself, I heard the voice of God.
Wait, so you won't kill the terrorist? Me? Didn't know you were. Did I ever say I wouldn't kill the terrorist? What?
I didn't even believe in God. I just believed in Israel. Bibi,
based.
go to the desert. I told my entire
the fuck is
staff I
this,
had to
bro?
go alone. I walked for I don't know how many days. I had no food or water and was about to collapse.
Bro.
And that's when I felt them.
You said death to all terrorists was a dumb take. No, if I said that, then I don't agree with that. He phrased it in a dumb way, is what I meant to say then.
They were ghosts. They are still suffering. We are all still suffering. All the trauma.
Bro, what the fuck is this?
With anger and fear and hate. We think we fight for our survival. And maybe we do, but we also fight for vengeance.
Okay.
And vengeance will only bring more pain, more Israel.
Yeah, to be clear, I think Asmongold's actual take there is fine. It's just that he was phrased in the worst way possible because he's a dumbass. People are mad Asman applied it to the entire culture rather than to terrorists. Yeah, I don't think he knows what genocide means. I don't think he he's very smart. I think he's just.
Can we soften the hearts of those who would still do violence?
I think he just doesn't know how to communicate what he is actually saying.
But I had seen miracles. I gave up power. I knew in my heart that we cannot make peace with war. We can only make peace with peace. This is my atonement. May God forgive me.
What the fuck is this, man? What? Is this all this channel does? Oh my god.
I wish I had
seen the Amen Productions video. No. I don't know who that is or what that is.
Listen to the warnings. I had no idea how lost I was. The truth.
What the fuck, man? What is this? The end of Joe Biden. Oh no.
What happens if you have another episode like we saw during the debate?
What happens?
Yeah, what happens if you have another performance on that level?
When you get knocked down, Joey, get up. Get up.
This is fucking gold, man.
Pay tribute to somebody who's not only been by my side for the duration of this amazing journey, but somebody who has devoted his entire professional life to service to this country. The best vice president America's ever had, Mr. Joe Biden.
Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently...
And people say AI isn't art. I don't even think this is AI. I think this is probably... What is this, source filmmaker, dude? Are we still using that?
He's done to our country. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters.
President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond.
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life, but the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. When I'm in districts of Texas, for example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires in America. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary...
Oh no, Joe, they're getting him. They're getting him. I can tell it. I know the Netanyahu one was AI.
Look, if we finally beat Medicare...
Thank you, President Trump.
Who's already did beat Medicare, beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb with a knife line and kill the baby.
So, Joe, I am pleased to award our nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom, with distinction, to my brother, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr.
Okay. This is also AI, obviously.
So everything, the fear, it was like finally being, understood. But most importantly, it began to listen to her.
I really love how everyone's telling him to fucking clean his room, bro. Spend more time with your father. He isn't getting any younger. Absolutely something you can do around his house. We sponsorships from milking services and excuse to learn how to cook, clean up your diet somewhat. Based, I love how his fan base is just has to tell him to be a fucking normal person, dude. I know. It's still okay, well. If he gets a 14-day ban, Hasan should get a fucking perma ban. Easily. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like, these asmongold's not fucking cowardly about it, bro. Once with Fanboy graduated from living like how he lived. That makes sense, I guess. Okay, did that. Any updates on Sinwar? Why netnews.com? Is this a trustworthy source? IDF officially confirmed Sinwar's killing after his body was identified. In a statement, the IDF says Sinwar orchestrated the October 7th massacre and promoted his murderous ideology both before and during the war, making him responsible for the murder and abduction of many Israelis. According to the IDF and Shin Bet, Sinwar had been hiding for a year among Gaza's civilian population, both above ground and in Hamas tunnels. Numerous operations by the IDF and Shin Bet over the last year, particularly in the weeks leading up upon his death, restricted his movements and eventually led to his elimination. Kamala Harris went live. Unlike other high-profile assassinations during operations Swords of Iron, such as those of Muhammad Aidif and Hassan Nasrallah, Sinwar's killing resulted from an unplanned encounter. Soldiers and the infantry commanders in combat training school conducting counterterrorism sweep identified and killed 3 terrorists in a booby-trapped building, unaware that one of them was Sinwar. Ynet military analyst Ron Ben Yishai reported that Shin Bet had insisted the IDF continue operations in Tel Sultan, suspecting Hamas leaders might be present, sometimes even above ground. An earlier airstrike had targeted a tunnel in the area where the IDF believes Sinwar is hiding, but he was not found there. The bodies of the terrorists were first examined using drones due to the presence of explosives. Once one body resembled Sinwar, leading soldiers to suspect that they had killed a Hamas leader by chance. To confirm Sinwar's identity, soldiers took photographs of the bodies, which were sent to the police forensic units. As reported by Ynet, Sinwar's identity was confirmed through dental records with fingerprint analysis later corroborating the identification. Another key indicator of Sinwar's presence was the identity of one of the terrorists killed alongside him, who is known to be close to the Hamas leader. According to reports from Gaza, 2 other terrorists killed were Sinwar's bodyguards, one of whom was also a teacher at UNRWA, while the other was a senior official in Hamas's National Security Service. It was later reported that one of the terrorists might have been Mohammed Shabana, the commander of Hamas's Rafah brigade. Okay, it's censored. I think this probably is real. What's up, Dark Hunter? Who is asmongold? Oh wait, did I spell it wrong? Fuck. I mean, we already went over it, so it doesn't really matter, but... Whoopsies. Hezbollah up next? I doubt it. They haven't gotten the hostages back. I mean, they already killed most of Hezbollah, right? Already a pack of Mentos, yeah. Find image source. Can't find anything. Okay, but who does it say this guy is? Hani HS Zarab. It's funny that, like, the fucking... It said they were people in the, like, training school, right? Combat training school. Commanders in combat training school, commonly known by the Hebrew or whatever. But this is a, is this, like, where... the fucking, like, 19-year-olds go when they first start or whatever. Well, clearing a terrorist stronghold. IDF forces. Okay, well... Are commanders in combat training school? Aerial Defense Force body for responsible for training of all infantry corps, squad members, and platoon sergeants. Wait, okay, so if it's for commanders, these people would have already been in military for a while, right? It's not just I thought it was I don't know, the way it's phrased made it sound like it was like new trainees I don't know. I think that this is funny that he's a fucking, one of the people with him was a UNRWA teacher. I saw UN claims Hamas staff members immune. Commander depends. I think they said that, like, yeah, even if the UNRWA employees are fucking members of Hamas, they're immune still. Seeks immunity for UNRWA employees complicit in the October 7th massacre. Did it mean section slash platoon? I think it said platoon. Since the UN has not waived immunity in its instance, its subsidiary UNRWA continues to enjoy absolute immunity from prosecution. The U.S. Department of Justice echoed this position. The plaintiff's complaint does not present a legal basis for claiming that the United Nations waived its immunity. Therefore, because the UN has not waived its immunity, its subsidiary UNRWA retains full immunity. Section and platoon commanders can become commanders within 2 years. Okay. So they might have been, like, relatively young still. I just thought, at first I literally thought, because it said, like, combatant school or whatever. At first I literally thought it was, like, probably, you know, it was like a trainee school for probably, like, one of their first times in the field, and they fucking took down Sinwar, which would be based. But it's a little bit different than that. But, yeah. Probably completely fresh conscripts. Oh, okay. Well, dude, it's censored a little bit, but I don't know if Twitch likes that still. This doesn't really go that far into detail, though. Yeah, but they claimed immunity for their UNRWA employees, even if they are complicit in October 7th or whatever. Like, I defectors among Hamas, I think what? Like, I defectors among, you gotta, like defectors among Hamas, I think increased a lot now. Sinwar is kind of a major factor in keeping discipline and stopping defection. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Like, Hezbollah is still doing their shit after, like, most of their leadership is gone, right? I don't know. A lot of the Hamas people are already gone. Mohammed Deif was gone. Haini was gone. I don't know. It'll be interesting. Drone catches wounded Sinwar's final moments before his killing by IDF. Oh, man. Twin building, third, turned out to be Sinwar, went in separate structure. IDF tanks and other forces opened fire in both buildings. Sinwars and moved up to the second floor. A tank fired another shell at the building. An infantry platoon moved to stairs. Sinwar threw out 2 grenades. One of which exploded. Soldiers withdrew. A drone flew into search of room. It found a man, arm injured and his face covered. Sinwar, who threw a wooden stick at the drone. Another tank shell fired at the man. This morning, troops in the building looked at the faces. A slain terrorist from whom the drone was spotted and noticed that he resembled Sinwar. Shin Bet took DNA and fingerprints in order to verify his identity. No hostages were with Sinwar at the time. Meanwhile, Hebrew media has just aired a recording of the soldiers involved in killing Sinwar. He says that IDF struck the building. Where's the video? I can't show it on Twitch, but I wanna watch it later. Sinwar drone footage. Coming soon. IDF spokesperson will publish later on Thursday drone footage showing mass murderer Yara Sinwar final moments before his elimination. Wait, then how did they already get some of it? Today is Thursday. I mean, we have one picture from it, but we don't have. That's not it. Oh no, okay. Well, I guess it's not out yet, or at least it's not in American media. It might only be in Hebrew media. Well, we'll watch the fucking press conference later, and they'll show what they show. Kamala Harris got a Twitch account now? Yeah, they all stream on fucking Twitch now, dude. Kamala Harris does, Trump does. They all stream their rallies on Twitch. They stream their rallies like everywhere. I don't know. They stream it on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, I know. Probably other places too. They're not I think they're streaming on Twitter. But you know what? I bet they don't beat me because, you know, I also stream on Trovo and DLive. The keys, baby, the keys, the keys. Statement from Joe Biden. Early this morning, Israeli authorities informed my national security team that a mission they conducted in Gaza likely killed Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar. DNA tests have now confirmed Sinwar is dead. This is good day. This is a good day for Israel, for the United States, and for the world. As the leader of the terrorist group Hamas, Sinwar was responsible for the deaths of thousands of Israelis, Palestinians, Americans, and citizens from over 30 countries. He was the mastermind of the October 7th massacres, rapes, and kidnappings. It was on his orders that Hamas terrorists invaded Israel to intentionally and with unspeakable savagery kill and massacre civilians, a Holocaust survivor, children in front of their parents, and parents in front of their children. Over 1,200 people were killed on a day in the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust, including 46 Americans. More than 250 were taken hostage, with 101 still missing. That number includes 7 Americans, 4 of whom are believed to still be alive and held by Hamas terrorists. Sinwar is the man most responsible for this, and for so much of what followed. Shortly after the October 7th massacre, I directed special operations personnel and our intelligence professionals to work side by side with their Israeli counterparts to help locate and track Sinwar and other Hamas leaders, including Hamas leaders hiding in Gaza. With our intelligence to help, IDF relentlessly pursued Hamas leaders. They didn't even know where Sinwar was. They just killed him by chance. But Israel has every right to eliminate the leadership and military structure of Hamas. Hamas is no longer capable of carrying out another October 7th. I will be speaking soon to Prime Minister Netanyahu and other Israeli leaders to congratulate them, to discuss the pathway for bringing the hostages home to their families, and for ending this war once and for all, which has caused so much devastation to innocent people. There's now an opportunity for a day after Gaza without Hamas in power and a political settlement that provides a better future for Israelis and Palestinians alike. Yahya Sinwar was an insurmountable obstacle to achieving those goals. That obstacle no longer exists, but much work still remains before us. Oh, what did Hare say? Probably almost the exact same thing. I will say to any terrorist who kills Americans, threatens the American people, or threatens our troops or our interests, know this: we will always bring you to justice. Israel has a right to defend itself, and the threat Hamas poses to Israel must be eliminated. Today, there's clear progress towards that goal. Last estimated, and the leadership eliminated. Wild. Okay, what do we want to do next? I have to... Okay, I got like 2 videos so far. Probably want to watch at least one of these, and probably want to read at least 1 or 2 things as well.
Your list of non...
There's only 37 minutes, okay. Okay, Mehdi Hasan versus ex-IDF. I don't know who this guy is. Like, everyone in Israel's like ex-IDF because it's like mandatory subscription. Israeli YouTuber. You should be ashamed. I saw Mehdi Hasan post this article saying Israel should be expelled from the UN. So I'm expecting some of those same points to come up. All right, we'll see.
Israel to urgently boost aid to Gaza or face having some military assistance cut off. It comes after reports that Benjamin Netanyahu was considering a surrender or starve plan to choke off aid to the north, leaving hundreds of thousands without food or water to flush out Hamas.
I haven't heard about that one, but that that report, you know, that I think like Blinken sent out saying, oh, you got to increase aid or else we're, you know, you're going to face consequences under U.S. law. We can't give aid to people who are fucking violating international law. I'm pretty sure it's just like wrong that like for example, I think it said that like September was like the least amount of aid given to Gaza in the past year or whatever. Like that month was like February because of all the shit going on in Rafah at that time. Like I actually forget when military operation began in Rafah, but like part of it also was like Egypt began construction in the Rafah in Rafah at that time. I just don't think I just don't even think that's true.
Terrorists. Israeli officials have told...
Although, what did he say he said?
Cut off. It comes after reports that Benjamin Netanyahu was considering a surrender or starve plan to choke off aid to the north, leaving hundreds of thousands without food or water to flush out Hamas terrorists. Israeli officials have told their US counterparts they won't enact that plan. But frankly, that's what they tend to say about most of their escalations just before they happen. In the past few days, 4 Israeli soldiers were killed, 58 more badly injured in a Hezbollah drone attack. The UN, meanwhile, has condemned a large number of civilian deaths caused by Israeli strikes, including one that hit a Gazan school. With the conflict now at its most dangerous juncture, I'm joined by 2 of the most accomplished advocates for their relative positions. Jonathan Comricus is a retired lieutenant colonel, an international spokesman for the Israeli Defense Forces, and Mehdi Hasan is editor and CEO of Zateo.
Did Netanyahu actually say this, or like where do we get this like quote from? Or
welcome to both of you. It should be a fascinating debate. I hope, unlike some of my debates on this, it doesn't descend into talking over each other and ad hominem too much, because I think you're both better than that.
Also, like aid has been going into northern Gaza. Is it Kogat Northern, or we'll just look up Erez Crossing. Here's like a tweet I saw. I know there's aid going, maybe it's not enough, but I'm pretty sure there's aid going into northern Gaza. Like literally, like look, Pure Fencing humanitarian updates. 145 humanitarian aid trucks entered Gaza 3. This is Kiryat Shalom and Erez Crossing. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Chat. Okay, cool. From Nonfon, it says Nonfon420 at Nonfon420 test. Don't know what the fuck that is, but okay.
I interviewed you both multiple times. But Mehdi, let me start with you about where you feel we are now. It seems to me that where we are is that Benjamin Netanyahu, having been very unpopular with Israeli people, following the attacks on Hezbollah, the pager attacks, and then following up with the strikes on Hezbollah leadership and so on, he's suddenly seen a massive spurt in his popularity, and that seems to have emboldened him now to potentially go for broke with Hamas, with
there
Hezbollah,
was
with
a
Houthis, and ultimately potentially with Iran directly.
maybe it's
Is that
Gisha?
your reading of this, and how dangerous is that as a moment for the world?
Thanks, Piers. We're in a very dangerous moment for the world. Anyone who thinks otherwise is crazy. I've spoken to Middle East experts who say they've covered the region for decades and they've never seen it boiling like it is now. We could be on the verge of a much wider regional war than Israel has already created. And yes, Benjamin Netanyahu, anyone who follows Netanyahu's career, I think is well aware of the fact that he is a self-serving cynic. He, like Donald Trump, cares about himself more than he cares about his party or his people or his country. And we all know that he's carried on this war partly, not only, but partly because he wants to stay out of prison himself. He wants to keep his far-right fascistic coalition together. And of course, escalating and escalating as we get closer to an American election helps him, because as even Joe Biden apparently has acknowledged in private, he's trying to get Donald Trump elected. So for Netanyahu, there's a wide variety of domestic political reasons that help him extend the war. As you say, people tend to rally around in times of war when Iranian rockets or Hezbollah rockets are dropping on Israelis. Israelis, of course, are going to rally around their government.
He's like a further 50 trucks.
Of course it helps Netanyahu. He's the ultimate cynic.
Jonathan Kinrikis, I mean, a lot of people think that. And it's hard not to deduce that that is what's driving him, not least because at the end of all this, Benjamin Netanyahu will face a moment of reckoning with the Israeli people for what happened on October the 7th, which many still blame him for in terms of a massive security failure on his watch. But also he's facing corruption charges, which have all been delayed pending resolution of the military conflicts. There's not really much incentive for him to bring any of this to an end, is there?
Yeah, you know, never was a spokesperson for Netanyahu, and I certainly don't intend to be. And I think it's a bit flat to analyze everything happening in the Middle East only from Netanyahu's perspective and then dress everything up as if it is all related in some, you know, mystical way, like the Elders of Zion type of thinking. I would offer, you know, a different military way of looking at it. And when I see what Israel is doing, there's a lot of sense. For the first time in 11 months, or in a year after 11 months, Israel actually started gaining success against Hezbollah, and success leads to success. And when you succeed on the battlefield, you want to make sure
Elders of Zion? Have you not heard that before?
That's what's happening now. I don't think that even Mehdi and other people can blame Israel for being attacked by Iran, or actually maybe Mehdi can, but I don't think that any reasonable person can say, well, Israel is at fault for Iran twice firing missiles on...
well, don't you know?
So what Israel
don't you know? Watch it. I guarantee he's going to say, don't you think Iran has the right to self-defense after Israel bombed their embassy, which is protected under international law in Syrian territory, after Israel violated IHL? Watch.
Defending itself against Iranian attacks, first and foremost Hamas, and Hamas is down but not out, and now dealing very lately, but and after a long period of time of 70,000 Israelis being evacuated from their homes for 11 months, but dealing with Hezbollah as well. And I think that in the coming days, or maybe a little bit more than that, Israel will expand its defenses to the real destabilizing factor in the Middle East, which is Iran. And to put everything within the Netanyahu context, I think it's a bit...
I'm going to defend the president from a helicopter. True.
And it really takes away
Thank you, God Idiot, for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Attacking Israel. The Gaza and the Hezbollah and the Houthis and the Iranians and Iraqis and Syrians, all of these, they have no agency, they have no responsibility, they all are part of the Netanyahu show. I find that a bit hard to believe, and I think it's kind of a lazy argument to be making.
All right, Mehdi, your response to that?
Well, let's just deal with the agency issue first. A few things. One is, a lot of those groups you mentioned have all said that they're fighting with Israelis tied to what's happening in Gaza. Many of them have offered the Houthis, Iran, and I said this to you peers last time I came on the show, and you said, how can we trust them? I said, don't trust them, but call their bluff. They've all
just
said,
surrender in Gaza.
You end the violence in Gaza, you get a ceasefire, and we will stop fighting with Israel.
Which genocide? The one that Hamas started on the 7th?
Let me
the genocide that Hamas started on the 7th?
Oh, damn.
The genocide that your country's being investigated. Can I finish a sentence? The genocide that your country's being investigated for the International Court of Justice right now.
Jonathan, let Mehdi finish his point. Jonathan, I'll let you respond after Mehdi finishes his point.
Yeah.
Mehdi.
I barely started, but he doesn't want people to hear what's going on. All of those groups have said they'll stop if Israel stops its genocide in Gaza. NBC News reported that Israel killed Nasrallah because he said, I'm only going to do a deal with you if you do a ceasefire in Gaza. I want to link a ceasefire in Lebanon with a ceasefire in Gaza. And the Israelis told NBC News that's why we killed him. So we know that these groups have agency.
I mean, like, if someone is attacking you and they say, the only way I'm going to stop attacking you is if you stop. I mean, obviously, it is something to genocide in Gaza. But, like, if they say the only way we're going to stop attacking you is if you stop defending yourself, then, like, yeah, that you kind of have justification for killing them, because they're literally saying we're not going to stop attacking you until you, like, give up, like, fighting Hamas in Gaza. Like,
agency. Jonathan Conricus wants your viewers to believe that Israel just blindly...
Never appears more good episode. It's the same true.
Israel attacked Iran first in Syria. They bombed an Iranian consulate.
I told you he was gonna...
...of international law.
There we go. True. I don't, like... it's a dumb point, because the embassies are granted some protection under IHL. I don't know the specific rules for, like, if they're being used for a meeting between people who are, like, clearly planning attacks against Israel. I don't know if that makes them a lawful military target. I haven't gotten that apart in my IHL textbook yet. It's just, like, such a dumb point, because, like, obviously that bombing was in self. Like, are you kidding me? It's so obvious that bombing was in self-defense. Like, you talk about this bombing as if it was completely unprovoked. Like, obviously, you don't let Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps members meet with people in fucking Syria to plan attacks against you. Like, what? Are you standing in Israel? You should be able to derive it from what I just said.
And international diplomat, yeah, they killed Iranians in Iran. They then bombed Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. They bombed the Iranian capital. And then they bombed Beirut and killed the senior Iranian general. So actually, it was Israel that's been provoking. And when he talks about source of destabilization in the region, everyone in the region knows it's Israel that's destabilizing the region. It's Israel right now that's escalating wars in multiple countries. Everyone around the world knows it's Israel that's the country that is causing the issues. 40 countries, Piers. 40 countries have just put out a statement on Saturday saying, can Israel please stop attacking UN peacekeepers, blue helmets? So please don't give us lectures on who is stabilizing, destabilizing the region.
So he's talking about the UNIFIL troops who like refused to leave after Israel. I think he's talking about the UNIFIL troops in Lebanon who were like refused to leave like after Israel told them to leave, like because an active war zone. I haven't done a reading. I mean, maybe there's evidence that they're fucking targeting them or anything. You know, it would be against my priors, but like maybe there's evidence that changes that. But I don't know. Like I don't think so at least.
As for winning, the Israeli general who ran the Gaza division, Gadi Shamni, says Hamas is winning, Israel is losing in a big way. Those are his words, not my words.
Jonathan, your response?
Yeah, I just out of respect for you, Piers, I didn't interrupt the second time, even though Mehdi's statement was littered with so many lies that are in fact quite ridiculous. Israel was indeed minding its own business. Israel was indeed minding its own business on the 6th of October when Hamas, with a genocidal intent, invaded into Israel and butchered Israeli civilians. Israel was also minding its own business along the Lebanese border when on the 8th of October, Hezbollah started firing at Israeli civilians and military and eventually forced about 70,000 Israelis to flee their homes after many of them were killed. Israel was also minding its own business for many years and has, as you're well aware, Mehdi.
Oh my God.
I refrained from interrupting you. Even though you said so many horrible and very flat lies, and I'll continue not interrupting you if you do this.
He said they displaced. When is he saying that they displaced 1 million people in Lebanon after October 8th when Lebanon started bombing like Israel? Like it's just so dumb. Like in all these conversations, like whenever someone tries to bring up like the difference in like the moral standing between these people, like who's acting in self-defense and who's not acting in self-defense, and like who's who's targeting civilians, who isn't targeting civilians. Like it's just so like annoying when like Hasan retreats to like a bad statistic about like collateral damage, and it's like, well, actually you displaced 1 million people. It's like, well, like yeah, but like you can displace 1 million people while acting lawfully in self-defense. Like
right. And by the way, speaking about the region, Mehdi, I live in the region. My children are here. You do not. And I don't know how many people you know and see from both sides of these different conflicts. I know people from both sides and I speak with them and I live here. So I don't think that you're in a position to be lecturing anybody about what's really happening in the region.
Lebanon never attacked Israel.
I'm the one who is running with my family to bomb shelters when Hezbollah fires missiles and when the Iranians fire missiles and when Hamas fires missiles. I'm the one who has family who has been evacuated from the north. I'm the one who has close relatives and friends who were massacred on October the 7th. Don't lecture me about who is the source of instability. I agree with you that a lot of countries and a lot of dark people have a problem with the Jews living in their ancestral homeland. But that doesn't make it wrong that we're here. We're going to continue to be here and continue to defend ourselves despite the likes of you and despite our enemies. And I'll tell you that our history is so full of people that wanted to kill Jews and wanted to force us out of our homeland. But we're back, we're here, and we intend to continue to stay here despite the best efforts of Iranians and Syrians and Lebanese and Gazans and others.
Mehdi.
So I do need to respond to that. So first of all, as for lecturing you, as I say, 40 countries put out a statement, including many of your own allies, including Hungary.
Oh my God.
Pro-Israeli countries in Europe saying stop attacking UN peacekeepers. These are not dark anti-Semitic forces. You can't keep playing an anti-Semitism card and undermining the very real struggle against anti-Semitism by using it to defend.
I think he's talking about the UNIFIL troops. He didn't specify. He could be talking about. I think that's the only place UN troops are. But like Israel told these people to leave, right? You won't find any source saying the Prime Minister of Lebanon, Hezbollah attacked Israel.
That is full of some of the most racist people, anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, anti-Christian people on the face of this planet. You're a spokesman for a government that contains people like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, open racists, prosecuted for inciting terrorism. So we're going to talk about lectures. You should keep your lectures to yourself and be embarrassed for the government you serve. As for you living in the region, the problem is not you living in the region. The problem is the army you serve and the country you're a spokesman for illegally occupies other people's land.
Is he still the thing just described him as Israeli YouTuber. Is he still a spokesperson? Is he
in Gaza, in the Golan Heights, now in Lebanon again? You are the country that is illegally occupying other people's lands. It's not about you living in your homes. It's about you taking other people's homes. It's about Israel now aiming to
2020. I don't even think he is anymore.
Annexed Gaza,
but, all
according
right.
to Haaretz this week, that Netanyahu no longer has any
my
interest in
God.
saving the hostages, as he never did, and is eyeing annexation of Gaza, to quote the Israeli newspaper Haaretz. And if we're going to talk about people dying on October the 7th, some of us have condemned that. Some of us oppose that. You only oppose attacks on Israel. You support attacks on non-Israelis. On Monday, let's say his name. Let's say his name. Shaban Ahmed, 19 years old. No. You don't get to interrupt me. Sorry. You do not get to interrupt me. You have to get taking the high ground on interruptions. You'll come back in. Piers will bring you back in. I'm going to finish my point uninterrupted. Otherwise, don't be a hypocrite, as well as someone who represents fascists. A 19-year-old young man, Shaban Ahmed, was a software engineering student.
Oh my God, it's such a shit show, dude. I don't know if anything has suggested that Israel wants to annex Gaza. They obviously want to occupy some part, or at least some people want to occupy some parts of it. There's a difference between annexation and occupation. Clearly, Israel wants a continued occupation of at least the Philadelphia corridor and the Netzarim corridor. But it's different than annexation would be like declaring it your own sovereign territory. Like occupying it could just be occupying it to make sure that to be able to monitor shit there, to make sure like Hamas isn't reconstituting itself, right?
Can I finish my sentence, Piers, or is it only one more?
Jonathan, just wait, Jonathan. I will bring you.
Piers, you can't tell me not to interrupt, otherwise this conversation will.
No, Mehdi, finish your point, and I'll bring Jonathan in.
I will.
Don't threaten us, Mehdi.
Don't worry, Piers, I will.
So desperately.
Okay, Mehdi, finish your point.
A 19-year-old. You keep interrupting, Jonathan. People can see what a hypocrite you are. A 19-year-old student, Shaban Ahmed, software engineering student at Al-Azhar University. Jonathan's military destroyed his university, destroyed his house, displaced him, made him homeless 5 times over the past year. On Monday, the world, we all watched him burn to death thanks to Israelis bombing the area outside the hospital. He was on an IV, on a bed, in a tent. He burned to death. His mother died. 2 maybe 3 other people died. I'm not sure how Jonathan still comes on these shows and defends that kind of barbarism and open war crimes. I'm not sure how Jonathan sleeps at night watching people burn to death.
Open war, nothing he said there is what's annoying. It's like he'll intuition pump so hard about like something that like very clearly could be bad, but like nothing he said there at all substantiated that was a war crime. That action could be 100% perfectly like lawful. Just because someone burned to death for like bomb, first of all, it's misleading to say that they are like bombing residential homes or hospitals or whatever, because there's no military infrastructure in Gaza. They operate exclusively out of residential homes, commercial areas, and like in tunnels under hospitals and stuff. Just the fact that somebody burned to death, or like just the fact that they struck a hospital, or just the fact that somebody burned to death, none of this constitutes war crimes. You have to the intent matters for this stuff. I would guess that like similar to, there was another strike what has happened before. Israel probably didn't anticipate that if they did a strike, it would light so many tents on fire, and all those tents would burn. I guess they didn't anticipate that. But even if they did, as long as it's proportional, it could still be lawful. You could do a legitimate military strike that lights so many tents on fire and kills so many people because of the fire, and that could still be a legitimate military action. Nothing here has demonstrated like any unlawful action by Israel. But like, because people don't understand that, like, you just intuition pump like so hard about, I use an hospital, the hospital burn. Disregard for civilians is a war crime. True. Well, you have to be more specific than that. But like, that nothing he said proves that at all. It's the thing.
Thanks to the military that he served and is now being investigated both at the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court.
Jonathan?
Yeah, speaking about serving, and then I'll address the points that you've mentioned. Speaking about serving and standing up for something, I indeed served for 24 years in the IDF, and I'm a proud Israeli Zionist, and I'm a proud Israeli patriot. And I also am very proud of my service, including as a spokesperson, but also including as a combat officer in the IDF. I know what I stand for. I'm asking, what do you stand for? What kind of values do you stand for?
I don't stand for killing civilians like your military.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
You'll get to answer.
Well, Jonathan, did you witness rape?
You'll get to answer, Mehdi.
Did you witness the rape of detainees?
Mehdi, you will get to answer. Mehdi, I'm not done.
Don't ask me questions.
I stand for a country that is, Mehdi, you spoke, now I speak. I ask, and I will ultimately would like to hear your answer to it. What values you represent? What civilization do you represent? Which country do you represent? Which religion do you represent?
Oh, he's going down. Oh no! Now we're going down the cultural. Which culture is inferior stuff. We're pulling an asmongold live on Piers Morgan right now. We're going down this road and not like any of the other dumb shit he said.
What do you defend? I know what I do. I'm part of a democracy in the Middle East, and I stand for a military that defends its population against some of the most vile terrorists in the world, including Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iranian propped-up terrorists. And I am happy and proud to be part of that organization, as I've been for over many years. And if you and I were race car drivers, Mehdi, and each of us had a patch sewn onto our little uniforms that indicated who gives us money and who sponsors us, I would have one patch of my country, and I would have one patch of my employer. That would be it. How many patches would you have? How big would the Qatari patch be on your clothes? And how big would foreign investment in whatever it is that you're doing and whatever it is that you're representing, how much would that be of what you do? Because you place yourself as if you are above and as if you are entitled to criticize everything that Israel does. And I ask, what are your motives and who pays for what you do?
So it's a very simple answer, as I told Jonathan Levine of the New York Post. And I love this new talking point, Piers. It's got around the right-wing media and the pro-Israel people. I run a company called Zeteo. People can check it out, zeteo.com. It's a great media organization getting very good press from the Washington Post and others. There are no foreign investors. They're all American investors. I'm an American. You asked the question. I know you can't handle brown people, being part of the West. I'm an American. I'm a Brit. I was born in the UK. I'm now an American taxpayer. And I'm very concerned with American taxes going towards the funding of a genocide in Gaza, going towards the killing of a 19-year-old guy who's in an IV in a hospital bed, going towards the killing of children in a school, going towards the killing of 23 people from one family in Lebanon Monday, in northern Lebanon. 23 people bombed by your military. 2 babies killed, Jonathan. That is what you stand for. You serve the IDF, the Israeli military, which, as I say, is being investigated at the ICJ, and the ICC. You serve a military that has been credibly accused by the United Nations just last week by Israeli media, which showed videos of mass rape of Palestinian detainees. The New York Times this week reported that your military sent children, Palestinian children, as human shields into booby-trapped tunnels and buildings. Is that what you did, Jonathan? Can you tell us today? Did you ever send a Palestinian child as a human shield into a tunnel? Because the New York Times is saying your military did that. The World Food Programme is saying your military is starving the people of northern Gaza. Did you starve people when you were in the military, Jonathan? What do you stand for? Starvation? Mass rape?
Let's see if he actually addresses any of it.
Human rights group in the world says your military is an abuser of human rights. I don't know how many human rights you yourself have personally abused. I don't know if you turned a blind eye to rape on your custody. I don't know if you killed children at at point-blank range like Israeli snipers did to people carrying white flags. You can tell us today how many people you've killed or how many people you've tortured. I'll be all day.
Listen, Mehdi, sometimes enough is enough, and your level of vitriol
we saw a woman
is
with a white flag.
Jonathan,
We've seen people.
Right, I've got questions, Mehdi.
Oh my God.
With white flags.
All right, Mehdi, let him respond.
What you are saying, your list of false allegations and your list of nonsense that you are spewing out.
Like some of those are true, like the white flag hostage thing. Like that's true. That like they did shoot hostages carrying a white flag. Maybe we should wonder like why, like why they thought that was a legitimate military target. Like clearly it was a mistake. Maybe the fact that when they see people carrying white flags, they have to second guess whether they are legitimate hostages or terrorists. Like maybe that should reflect more on like the strategy of the people they're fighting than it does on the IDF. But okay.
Unfounded things that the fact that someone.
But I'm pretty sure like the rape thing is true. Like I'm pretty sure most of the allegations are true. But like the issue is the big issue is like. One, is Israel doing this like as a matter of policy? Like, is it a matter of policy for them, or is it individuals like within the IDF taking these actions who should and are prosecuted for it? No, Israel doesn't have a good track record of prosecuting its own human rights abusers, right? Like Israel's shown a good track record for that. It did at least like when the aid worker strike happened with the World Central Kitchen workers. It did at least fire the generals responsible for that strike. But I don't think it prosecuted them or anything. Which actually I don't know if there's a basis to prosecute them. But I don't think Israel's had a good history of prosecuting their own human rights abusers, like I said. But it is an issue. It's an issue of proving it as a matter of policy, and then. What Mehdi will like list off like all these like individual human rights abuses, and he's like, well, if they're doing this, then clearly that shows genocidal intent. When like, no, that's just not true.
Wrote it doesn't make it true. All of these things that you say
we saw people with white flags gunned down in front of our eyes
by someone,
and everyone watching the show.
All of what you are saying is slanted and biased, and I read people.
Okay, but he's just repeating that as slanted and biased. Okay, awesome, dude.
Thank you for reading the book. It's called Win Every
You're losing. Well, let other people be the judge of that.
Piers can tell us. Piers can tell us.
But what I can say,
you watched unarmed people gunned down by the IDF, Piers.
I'll tell you what, Mehdi. I can say categorically, Mehdi, that under the circumstances that Israel finds itself under, I cannot think of any military that would behave in a more humane way. And I say that in 100% sincerity without blinking.
The International Criminal Court Chief Prosecutor disagrees with you,
and I will continue to say it, Mehdi, and I will continue to say it
disagrees with him.
Hamas and Hezbollah and Iranian apologists like yourself, and I will continue to say it and know that I stand on firm ground. Is Israel perfect? Do we never make mistakes? Definitely not. Israel. Well, you just said that Israel was the one that attacked Iran when Iran was minding his own business, which is absolutely
ludicrous. Facts don't care about your feelings, Jonathan. April
exactly.
2024,
You are the
Israel
one
did
who's
bomb
trying to
an
play
Iranian
on
consulate
feelings.
in Syria.
Mehdi, you are the
I'm
one
just saying
who's
facts.
only trying to
Did
play
Israel
on
attack?
feelings and on
All
sad
right.
stories.
If you don't
I could
respond
give
to any
you
facts, it
dozens
appears and it's
of
shown in
horrible...
the
Here's
I
the thing,
will.
guys.
If
I
you
think
stop interrupting, I will.
this was working very powerfully when you give each other the chance to respond to each other. Okay, you both feel very strongly
Okay, so
about
let's
it.
do that from now.
You both have passionate
Okay,
views.
let's
I
do that
understand
from
that.
now.
You disagree with each other. I think for the audience at home watching, if you talk over each other, we lose it.
Well, Jonathan can't stop being racist.
Well, Jonathan,
Jonathan can't stop being racist.
Let Jonathan finish his... Jonathan finish, and then Mehdi respond. Jonathan, finish your point.
But I've acknowledged
So I think that what you've said is a laundry list of some of the low-hanging fruit and the concoctions that have been made up against Israel. Some of it may have a kernel of truth, and there may have been 10 soldiers who did something, and there may have been other soldiers who did something else that was wrong and that they shouldn't do. Is it common practice? No. Is it something that is sanctioned by the IDF? No.
Okay, now we're kind of addressing it. Should have started this.
The Israeli strike
started with this.
by result of an Israeli strike in Deir al-Balach yesterday. He was killed not because he was a target. He was killed because Hamas ammunition that was stored by Hamas in close proximity to that location exploded. The IDF fired 2 small bombs at that location, and they wouldn't have exploded and caused that kind of fire had it not been for Hamas weapons there.
I remember reading about this. Yeah, like Israel used 2 small munitions, and they didn't anticipate the large fire that occurred, because and what they think happened was that ammunition was stored by the tents or whatever, which caused a big fire. I don't know if that's true of the more recent strike though. I haven't looked into it, but.
Care about Palestinian civilians, and as a human being, I was sad to see. I saw his video before. He looked like a very nice and decent human being, and it's sad that he and his family were killed. I saw the movie of burning people. It hurt me as a human being as well, and I wouldn't want to.
I don't know. I remember there being a strike like in Rafah in like February or something where this happened, but I don't know for sure about this one. I haven't looked into it, but.
It again, and I wouldn't want that to be reality in Gaza. But the reason that happened isn't because the IDF is fighting there. It's because Hamas is storing weapons there, and they're abusing humanitarian facilities, and they're using schools and mosques and whatever is left of hospitals in order to fight from, and then the IDF targets, well...
They said it was likely due to secondary explosions. Had no knowledge of Hamas center inside a hospital, functions at a hospital...
Hamas is fighting from, and unfortunately, people have gotten wounded. I regret that. I know for certain that wasn't the intention of the IDF. It's a very sad and regrettable side effect of that happened, and I'm sure that the IDF will be extra careful in the next time that they attack, but it doesn't make it deliberate. But I think it's hypocritical of you, and I will finish. I think it's hypocritical of you, Mehdi, that you don't speak about the fact that why are they there in the beginning? Why are there ammunition stored in a hospital? Why is Hamas using hospitals to fight?
He probably rejects that there's like anything there. Why? What is happening to my Wi-Fi? Why? No, where'd it go? No, why?
People have gotten wounded. I regret that. I know for certain that wasn't the intention of the IDF.
Oh my God, why? Is it my Wi-Fi or is it just like... What? Why? Why is there no? Why didn't Hamas separate out these like areas from military infrastructure? Like why? Like can we discuss the reasons? Like why? Like why? Like why are they bombing refugee camps? Like are these the UN peacekeeping troops like Israel like told them to leave already? Like they didn't listen. Oh damn! If TikTok said it. True. Not giving warnings. I feel like Israel's done pretty good with the warnings. That's just that's just not true. Like, that's just verified. Like, we have like videos of like trucks entering the Erez crossing, right? Like, that's just here's the issue is that like maybe there could be some, like, I have to go through all of these like reports or whatever, but like when you say things that are just like still obviously like not true at all, like the fact that no food has been entering northern Gaza since the start of October, when like we literally can just watch the videos of food trucks entering through the Erez crossing into northern Gaza. It's like, well, fuck, maybe it's internet, maybe there is something when Israel says that like, oh, these international agencies are biased against us because they talk way more about Israel than they talk about like any other state committing human rights abuses, and like they make egregious like errors like that. Like, muted? What? Am I muted? No, I'm not. Just a video? The video's not muted either. What do you mean? Oh, it is muted. Oh, fuck. It's been muted for a little bit. Fucking hell, because shit fucking told me earlier. Properties. Edge, add executable. There you go.
Organizations.
Hold on.
Physicians for Human Rights and your military since the start of October. And by the way, one last point. You mentioned, maybe 10 soldiers did this.
But he just mentions like a bunch of. He mentions like a bunch of.
To blame for the casualties, for the killing of innocent people, for not giving
international like media reports or whatever,
and for starving the people of northern Gaza. Right now, Save the Children say that northern Gaza looks like the depths of hell. The World Food Programme says no food has been allowed in by your government and your.
Like this part is just. I showed you videos early on stream of food trucks entering the Erez crossing in northern Gaza. Like this part is just like objectively
since the start of October. And by the way, one last point. You mentioned
not true.
Maybe 10 soldiers did this, 10 soldiers did that.
So like I don't know.
None of that is correct. None of that is correct, and I will gladly address
all correct.
each and every one of them. Of course, you know very well that we don't have time to go into a serious discussion of each and every of those flat allegations that you're rattling off, as if you say them fast, it makes it true, and as if you wave a few names of questionable organizations, it makes it true. No. You don't. No. Mehdi, I didn't interrupt. Let's keep it that way. I really refrain from interrupting. Let's keep it that way. It makes for better discussion. Even though I think you said many things that are horrible, and you rattled off lots of names of organizations that, frankly, most people around the world, many people around the world, have lost their faith in, think are uncredible. You mentioned organizations that have been shown that they are full of BDS supporters and Israel haters that have two jobs in BDS organizations and in these so-called humanitarian organizations. But you know what? Let's not go the easy way. Let's say I take you up on each and every one of those points, and I will say very clearly, whenever the IDF finds out wrongdoing, it takes measures against the people who have done wrong. And it's a very challenging thing to do when a country is fighting for its very existence.
I feel like probably the easiest criticism to make against Israel is that they don't have a good track record of actually prosecuting people who do violate human rights law. Like they just don't like the few like people that they do like arrest get fucking pardons like the next day. It's wild.
East 7 fronts, when its soldiers are being forced to fight for more than a year in order to defend their homes and their families, and then to simultaneously have these soldiers called in for disciplinary procedures and to be investigated while we are fighting. That isn't an easy thing to do, but yet the IDF does it. Not because the likes of you or others matter, but because this is who we are as a people who want to be able to look ourselves in the mirror and continue fighting the day after this end. And we will end this war. This war will eventually end.
Jonathan, let me ask you a question. I want to try and just move to a different sort of theme with this. How does all this end? I mean, what is Israel's plan for the end game here? Because to many people, it looks like you're just going to war with everyone now in the region. It could escalate massively. And if you replicate what you've done in Gaza with what you now do in, say, the Lebanon.
I mean, they've been the war of everyone in the region before, right?
Like tens of thousands of innocent people killed in the process of going after Hamas. If this is replicated in anything like this scale in Lebanon, you've got vast areas just destroyed. What happens afterwards? And why would you assume that this tactic of going so aggressively after Hamas and Hezbollah in civilian areas is not just going to fuel the ideology that led to them rising up in the way that they did in the first place?
Yeah. Well, going after an enemy aggressively, that's what war is. When you're attacked in your home when your women are slaughtered, when babies are killed, when women are raped, and when your civilians are burnt alive and people are taken hostage. That's called a declaration of war, and you fight that. You don't fight it by being nice, and you don't fight it by being gentle. You do fight it according to the laws of armed conflict, and you try to adhere to those criteria. By and large, I think that Israel is succeeding. Sure, there have been mistakes, and sure, there are things that weren't 100% right, but I think that by and large, and that's, by the way, many British and American officers have attested to that as well. Those have been able to see the battlefield. But where does this go from here? Sadly, and I live here, and my kids will serve in the military, and I will probably do more reserves. I think that we're in for a long battle. I think that we're in for more fighting. I look around and I listen. I try to listen, and I speak Arabic, and I try to listen to the sounds and people that are willing to say and acknowledge that the Jews have a right to live and exist here. I try to hear those voices amongst Palestinians, Arabs, Syrians, Lebanese, and others in the region. And sadly, I don't hear them enough. And I regret to say this, but I think that what is in store sadly for Israel, and I would want for that to be totally different. I would want for us to focus on economy and research and culture and to do many beautiful things that we do in Israel, and we do them very well, much to the displeasure of our enemies, but nevertheless we do them. And I would want for us to focus on that. But sadly, we're being forced to defend ourselves, and we weren't doing anything that is similar to what's going on now on the 6th of October. And just to end that, I will say that, just one sentence, Piers, the next step is indeed Iran. And I think that we will have a conversation in a few months from now, maybe 4 or 5 months, where you can ask this question again after Israel will directly engage the Islamic Republic of Iran and start to shift the tide in the region. We won't have Iran funding and amassing these terrorist organizations against us. That will be the beginning of a much quieter and more peaceful Middle East.
Okay, Mehdi, your response.
Yeah, I've got a lot to respond because a lot was said. Let me just deal with the first point. This nonsense about October the 6th. It was all peaceful. Thousands were being killed on October 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd. West Bankers were being killed on October 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd. It's a complete lie that there was some kind of peace or quiet in the neighborhood. Maybe in Israel there was, but people...
like relative to what's happening now?
West Bank and Gaza. It's a total and utter lie to suggest otherwise. It's also interesting that Jonathan responded to your question, Piers, by talking about how, and I think I'm quoting him correctly, that when you come into our homes and you kill our civilians and you rape our women and you set us on fire, that is a declaration of war. Which is ironic because he's just described everything that Israel has done in Gaza and the West Bank, both in recent weeks and months and over the years of occupation. So how come it's not a declaration of war for Palestinians when Israel does it to the Palestinians? It's only one-way traffic. Only one side has a right to defend itself, right? Not the other side. Number two, I would just say, he talked again about kind of, oh, there were too many names and I speak too fast. Let me just be clear. I can speak very, very slowly. One issue, rape. He lies and tells your viewers that Israeli soldiers are held to account. That's not true. Anyone can go on Google right now and look at the number of Israeli soldiers, the percentage who are actually indicted or charged with any crimes. It's 98, 99% of Israeli soldiers are never charged with any crimes. That's from B'Tselem, that's from Israeli human rights groups. I'm sure Jonathan will call them anti-Semites as well. And when we look at one single instance of rape in detention, which was well documented by the Israeli media and by human rights groups and actual Palestinian eyewitnesses, what happened? The Israeli military police peers went to the base to try and arrest the soldiers. The soldiers ganged together, attacked the military police, and then the parliament had a debate about whether rape should be legal or not, whether it's legal to rape Palestinian detainees. And now we're learning this week, peers, that the military police officers who were assaulted by the soldiers who were the buddies of the rapists, are too scared to give testimony against their soldiers.
Okay, Mehdi, I don't disagree with you.
I want to want to ask
that
is very important that we talk about accountability.
I know, I've got one supplementary
question, but I'm going to finish my
on the issue of rape.
I'll come.
Okay, on that one issue of rape, though, what I haven't heard you mention at all is the hideous sexual abuse, including rape, of so many innocent women.
Because we all condemn that.
Oh my God. I'm asking you now, you haven't mentioned it. And Jonathan's raised
every time, I mean, like, it's fine to do it over. It's just like, it's so predictable. He's going to swoop in to do the both sides analysis. Thank you, Fritz Morgan. Thank you.
Several times. You only seem fixated.
Because
you're fixated with Israeli soldiers who may have committed rape. What about the rape against Israelis?
Piers, if you want to do a debate like that, invite Jonathan Conricus and invite a Hamas spokesperson. I'm sorry, I'm not a spokesperson for Hamas. I've condemned Hamas. Unlike Jonathan, I condemn people who engage in human rights abuses. Hold on. Well, I've done it. Well, maybe you should pay attention, Jonathan. Instead of reading my book, check everything I said on the conflict. I was condemning Hamas decades ago, and I've been attacked by certain people for condemning Hamas. Can I finish a point? You gave a long speech. So far, you and Piers have both interrupted me. I'm going to answer this point. If you want to have a Hamas spokesman, have a Hamas spokesman. I did an entire show. We keep mentioning Zeteo. I'm loving the plugs, Piers. Appreciate you. On Zeteo, people can go and watch an entire show I did with Bassem Youssef, another one of your guests, where I talked about on that show about how the UN report talked about gender and sexual violence on October the 7th, how that needs to be prosecuted, how it needs to be investigated. You know what the UN said? They said we haven't been able to confirm instances of rape, but we want to, but the Israelis are blocking us from interviewing witnesses and coming into Israel. So maybe Jonathan should get his government to allow your investigation to finish.
That part. I thought he was just gonna.
Jonathan doesn't.
I thought he was gonna enter into the rape denialism thing, but
no, they're not being
he just uses it as a point to criticize Israel. I guess.
About whether rape should be legalized. That is the military he's part of. He earlier, in a very racist way, suggested I have no civilization, no country, no loyalty except to Qatar and Iran. I'm a British American of Indian descent. I have nothing to do with Iran or Qatar. I would say this: that Jonathan needs to deal with those human rights.
Then he did used to work for Al Jazeera, right? That's probably where that allegation comes from.
Taken seriously. Jonathan Conricus, Piers, wants you and your viewers to disbelieve Amnesty, Human Rights Watch, UNICEF, UNHCR, Refugees International, International Rescue, Christian Aid.
I think he worked for Al Jazeera.
Disbelieve the World Food Programme run by Cindy McCain, the late widow of John McCain. Disbelieve all of them and believe the Israeli military, which he was a spokesman for, which was called lying about beheaded babies, about calendars on the bottom of hospitals, about Lebanese documentaries, the number of the Israeli military lies that they've had to own up to. It's a joke. No one trusts anything Jonathan's saying.
All right, Jonathan, final word to you.
Yeah, actually, many people do trust what I and my peers say, and many people, I think, listen to the kind of thing, the kind of goods that you peddle, Mehdi. And the goods that you peddle are Israel hatred. Sometimes it's more sophisticated and more well-founded. Sometimes it's very easy to dismantle. And it's very clear where you stand. I asked you before, and you conveniently didn't answer. What is it that you stand for? What do you represent? What are the values that you stand for?
Equality,
right.
not rape
if it's human rights and dignity and equality, then I suggest that you stand equally and speak about how they're violated by the oppressive Iranian regime against the Iranian people. Speak about what the Syrian dictator does against his people. Speak about how Hamas...
He only actually had the one good line of argumentation against this earlier, where, you know, they ran down the, is it a systematic thing or not?
The problem with what you're doing, Mehdi, is that it's very easy to listen to you less. Even though you speak eloquently and you have good sources, it's easy to listen to you less and believe to you less because it's very clear what you're motivated by. You are not something that is motivated by a true care for human beings. You care about human beings if the ones who cause them injustice or something else are Israelis. If it's Palestinians killed by Palestinians, then that's a non-story.
If I had my way, Israelis would be dying right now.
You don't care.
Israelis are dying right now because of your government.
If it's suffering anywhere else, and if it cannot be pinned on Israel, even by your war logic, then you don't care about it. You only care about it if it's related to Israel and if it can serve anti-Israeli propaganda. And that undermines your credibility. You speak about my credibility. I'm very easy and open, and it's very clear. I stand for my country, and I'm happy to defend it. But what you stand for is just attacking Israel. Of course I can criticize, and I even do it on my Twitter. I've said things about my prime minister, and said things about my military. Of course I have.
You couldn't even criticize mass rape by your fellow soldiers.
Listen, there hasn't been mass rape. It's such a nonsense talking point.
You should be ashamed.
I don't know. Has there been? I think there's been. He talking about that one, the one Palestinian prisoner who was raped, I know, and then I think there was that case in Gaza. I don't know if I consider that mass rape. IDF Gaza rape. I'm pretty sure there was that one. Got a video lesbian rape is horrific and insisted that there ought to be zero tolerance for abuse.
Oh, so the UN's lying, the New York Times is lying, CNN is lying.
The UN isn't saying it.
Everyone's
lying. The UN isn't saying it. The fact you mentioned this organization name.
Actually, the UN commissioned an inquiry last week.
Chaps, we're going to call a timeout.
Everyone can Google it, Jonathan, and see how much
we've descended into talking over each other. Look, it's been, broadly speaking, it's been a very good debate.
Is there a number how many?
Very different views about this. I learned a lot listening to both of you. I'm glad you came together to debate it. I know you haven't done that before. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Wild. Diddy has tapes in everyone. They keep talking about Diddy. They're not talking about Joker 2. Really? You assembled a panel to talk about Joker 2. That's the most pressing issue, Piers Morgan. I know there's this new case of the rape going on in Gaza, and then I know there's allegations of rape in the West Bank prisons prior to October 7th. I don't know how common that was, though. And this is not telling me. Did you see Joker 2, though? No, I haven't seen the first Joker either. Non-Israeli soldiers suspected of abuse were set to appear on court. Senior officials, including Netanyahu, condemned the attack on an army base by far-right protesters breaking into a military base. Netanyahu called for calm, adding his own condemnation of protesters for attempting to break into IDF base. While Defense Minister Yoav Gallant warned that even in difficult times, the law applies to everyone. Nobody should trespass or make trespass on IDF bases or violate the laws of Israel. Wild. Okay, we gotta read a little bit of stuff at least. Probably this stuff for now. Why does Spotify always want to play my, like, downloaded shit? I don't, like, wait. Okay, we got a lot of stuff. You and I already know a lot of this stuff, but there's gotta be something else in government jobs I can add. Oh, what the fuck? This is 1997? Hold on, they've changed it since then. I don't know if I want to have the 1997 stuff. Mentions the Boston Commission. We're going to BLS make the CPI into a true concept of index by in essence following the Department of Commerce did with the national income. Previously, the price measures calculated really the beatings components are fixed weights. Okay, blah, blah. Okay, if this is from 1997, I'm sure it's other... I don't know, maybe it's something I do want to... They, after this commission, I know they better accounted for substitution bias, and they and sampling stuff more, sampling things that actually change in quality more often and not other things. 2002 to BLS, but yeah, so they started doing this afterwards. Okay, then I don't care about this. I'm sure there's something else. Oh, what the fuck? How do I just get rid? How do I get rid of it? Goodbye. Blurry this. U.S. CPI inflation overestimating auto insurance prices, explaining 1/3 of the gap with PCE. Headline: U.S. CPI motor vehicle inflation in March reached its highest level since 1976. However, official estimates of personal auto insurance inflation vary widely, ranging from 6.5% to 22.2%. Our own estimate sees motor vehicle insurance inflation at 14%. The possible overestimation in official measures may distort the disinflation signal and will continue to challenge policymakers. Okay, so estimates of U.S. motor, I spell vehicle insurance inflation vary from 6.5% to 22%. If CPI is overestimating cost of vehicle insurance. It will distort disinflation signals. Okay. High CPI, motor vehicle insurance has reached highs not seen since 1976. Estimates of started to vary widely. Headline CPI reported year-on-year auto inflation at 22.2% in March. Okay, so I'll just add CPI with CPI reporting the high end. I think I'll make that too. Based on industry filings, we estimate the annual motor vehicle insurance inflation at about 14%, suggesting that headline CPI motor insurance print overestimates by 8 percentage points. The CPI overestimate explains 1/3 of the 100 basis point gap between core CPI and core PCE. This is another reason why the Fed prefers to target PCE inflation. So how does CPI get its data? Using industry rate filings. Annual motor insurance inflation is at 14%. The 8% overestimation in CPI explains, or is responsible for, 1/3 of its gap with core PCE, core CPI. In March this year, official headline U.S. motor vehicle insurance consumer price index CPI inflation was reported at 22.2%, its highest level since 1976. However, in our view, the headline print may overstate the premium price rise in personal auto insurance. See Figure 1. Based on industry filing rates, we estimate premiums were up 14% on year-on-year in March. We also note wide variation in other official estimates of personal auto insurance inflation. For example, the producer price index series put motor vehicle insurance at 8.6% with investment income and about 6.5% without. The discrepancies in official data could slow reported disinflation and complicate monetary policy decisions. Is this only there? Oh, this is month by month. Okay, that makes more sense. The premiums households pay for car insurance have risen steeply over the last 2 years as insurers have sought to repair heavy underwriting losses. In recent months, auto insurance CPI surged and diverged from other comparable inflation series than ever before, with the exception of a short spell during the pandemic when different treatments and discounts, thus rebates, yielded a very large gap. There are 4 official series for U.S. private passenger auto insurance inflation, motor vehicle insurance CPI, 2 PPI series, and a personal consumption expenditures deflator for net motor vehicle and other transportation insurance, based largely on PPI with investment return. Okay. auto auto insurance CPI surge and diverge from other comparable inflation series. Okay, difference in methodology, PPI scope is broader, PPI series, CPI. Okay, so there are 4 official measures of auto insurance inflation. First, motor vehicle insurance CPI. Two PPI series. Okay, well, this is gonna mess up my fucking thing because it lumps these two together. So it's just gonna have 3. Oops. How should I do that then? I'll just do bullet points then. And the PCE deflator for net motor vehicle and other transportation insurance. Gaps in inflation estimates could be due to different methodologies. For example, CPI is based on urban households. The PPI scope is broader. The main PPI series considers investment earnings. CPI does not. CPI measures what households pay, and PPI what insurers receive. CPI follows a sample of policies regardless of sample of policies regardless of policyholder behavior, and does not account for consumer switching to cheaper policies. PPI only follows a policy so long as it is in effect. The weight apply and 5 the weight applied to auto insurance PCE is based on premium less claims. The CPI weight is based on full premium amount. First 3 reasons not explained. Okay, so we'll say there are several differences in methodologies between these. Responsible for the gap, or that are responsible for the gap. Firstly, CPI is based on only urban households, which is like 90% of population, but on only urban households, whilst PPI's scope is broader. Second, the main PPI series considers investment earnings. What does that mean for insurance? CPI is not. Third, CPI measures what households pay, whilst PPI measures what insurers receive. Fourth, CPI follows a sample of policies regardless of policyholder behavior. regardless of policyholder behavior. So it fails to account for consumers switching to cheaper policies. Whereas PPI follows a policy so long as it is in effect. Fifth, the weight applied to auto insurance PC is based on premiumless claims. Auto insurance PC is based on premiums, less claims. Whereas the weight for CPI is based on the full premium amount. The first three reasons do not explain much of the difference. Over 90% of households are urban. The gap between the PPI series with and without investment income is small. And factors that can create a gap between consumer payments and carrier receipts, e.g. change in premiums, taxes, or broker commissions are limited. The fourth reason is likely matters more. CPI started to... Okay, so... I don't really know what it means by considers investment income still. Explain what measuring, or I guess, I don't know, considering investment income means here, or means in this context. Or it means in this quote. With respect to measures of auto insurance inflation. Investment income. The main difference is that PPE considers investment earnings while CPI does not. What is that? What is that? I don't know what you mean by investment earnings. Significant implications. By considering investment earnings. Okay, what is it? What does that mean? Takes into account the insurance companies typically invest the premiums they collect to generate additional income. This investment income is essentially part of the... I don't know if that's true. Not factoring insurance companies' investment. I don't think that can't be what it's talking about, right? Insurance investment earnings are the income an insurance company received from investments made for a portion of its premiums. So that is what it's referring to? I thought it was going to be like income the consumer received, not... not factor in insurance companies' investment income. By including investment earnings, the PBI aims to capture the overall financial health of insurance providers, how investment returns might offset or amplify changes in premium prices, a more comprehensive view of factors influencing insurance policies. Reflects the immediate impact on consumers' wallets. I understand that. Provides a more straightforward measure of price changes. May not capture the full picture of what's driving changes in those prices. How could this lead CPI to overestimate auto insurance inflation? Okay, I just care about the investment thing. Okay, it's not, you're not helping Perplexity. You're not helping. Okay. I guess it's weird. Okay. First read don't explain much. Fourth reason likely matters more. CPI and PPI started to diverge right around the time that consumers started shopping around and policy retention started to drop, but that still does not explain the whole increase. Other factors like transparency are likely at play too. We have to look at the insurance sector data to provide alternative benchmarks. The first three likely have a small impact. But the fourth is fourth matters more since CPI and PPI started to diverge around the same time, around the time that consumers started shopping around and policy retention started to drop. Even this doesn't explain the full increase. Other factors lacking transparency are likely at play too. Okay, I don't know what those would be, but alright. Hasan MIGHT, true. We already went over, I think, were you not here when we went over that? But based on industry revenues and proxies for exposure growth, personal auto insurance premiums were up. Personal auto insurance premiums written were up 17% year on year in quarter 4 2023, while U.S. real GDP grew by 3.4% in quarter 4 2023, and new light vehicles sales increased by 3.7% in quarter 1 2024. We view the March CPI 22.2% as a potential overestimate and PPI 6.5% as a potential underestimate of auto insurance inflation. I propose alternative measures based on industry rate filings, comparing approved and filed premium increases with total personal auto earned premiums. This diverges from our estimate of March personal auto insurance, or this derives our estimate of March personal auto insurance of inflation of 14% on a trailing 12-month basis. Charts and graphs and data. So true, so true, so based. Okay, so using data from the insurance industry to track, they said total personal whatever and approved new whatever. Based on industry rate filings. Industry rate. Okay, track industry rate filings comparing approved and filed premium increases with total personal auto earned premiums. I'm confused. Da, 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 da. So it said, March personal auto insurance inflation is at 14% on a 12-month trailing basis. My favorite liberal streamer. So true. Welcome back, Poland. Thank you. This data ambiguity is one of the reasons the Federal Reserve prefers to target core PCE inflation, which as of March was 98 basis points lower than on annual terms than core CPI inflation. Among other differences, motor vehicle insurance is just 0.6% of PCE basket, 4 times lower than 2%. Jesus. At a 2.8% rate of CPI. He wants big communists. I vote in Kamala. That's the truth. True. I'm voting Kamala because she's a communist, and I'm a communist too. America loves communism. True. Non-fun believes that there was a civil war. Yeah, everyone agrees. Yeah, you're just a treasonous dumbass. There's no reason to take you seriously in anything. Do you think there was outcome? Can you just answer yes or no? Do you think there was outcome determinative voter fraud in Georgia? History book brainwash, true. America should be split up. Well, you think it's true. That's not how the electoral college works. What do you mean that's not how? I'm just asking you yes or no. Do you think there was outcome determinative fraud in Georgia? This accounts for the more significant CPI overestimate than PCI underestimation. We estimate that more than 30 basis points of the gap between core CPI and PCE can thus be attributed to data distortions and motor vehicle inflation. The different measures in motor vehicle insurance prices complicate the outlook for monetary policy. The Fed can look through elevated insurance inflation due to its lagging/distorted nature, but markets can react to monthly and annual CPI prints. We expect that sticky motor insurance prices in CPI will likely to continue to contribute to an elevated rate of core CPI inflation in 2025 and distort the disinflation process. Okay, so yes, there was outcome determinative voter fraud base. Okay, thank you. You're just dumb. Do you know that Giuliani admitted to lying about that Georgia ballot stuffing video? Or what does conservative media have to say about it? Well, I guarantee you they think the video is real, even though Giuliani, they probably say Giuliani was, I don't know, coerced to lie by an evil Democrat. It wasn't even, it was a civil case. He lost a civil defamation case. It wasn't even a criminal, evil Democrat government criminal case, but it was just a civil case. I don't know. Maybe they say that's corrupt too somehow. I would imagine. Wonder PCE. Is he a hero that saved New York? Well, it's a shame that he became such a lying gremlin fuck afterwards. Admitted again, he admitted to lying. That's why he had to pay I think he's disbarred already, but he had to pay $168 million or whatever for lying about voter fraud. And he's probably going to be, I imagine, at some point he'll be arrested and put in state prison in Arizona at the very least for what he did there. He's just doing his job. Lying is not his job. Also, no, first of all, even if he worked at the federal government, he has no role in state elections. There's no constitutional authority for the president to try to interfere with a state election. That's not his role. That's not his job. But also, Giuliani was Trump's personal lawyer at the time, right? I don't think he even had a job at the federal government. I think he was just Trump's personal lawyer. So no, his job is not his job to call the secretary or the speaker of the House in Arizona and say, "Hey, don't certify the election result based on false claims of election fraud." That's not his job. That's called criminal conspiracy. Trump is better than Kamala because he's the best friend of the world. It's not true at all. Of all who lives in the UK, so it's not a real thing to vote for Kamala. It's not a real thing. What? She's underestimate. True. Best friend of the world. In the world of all who lives in the UK, so it's not a real thing to vote for Kamala. I don't know what that sentence means. But whatever Kamala's like shitting your pants. True. We need Trump for better GDP. It's just not true. Tariffs are probably going to reduce GDP like they did the first time. Also, getting rid of central bank independence would almost certainly reduce. Well, it might increase nominal GDP. It would almost certainly reduce real GDP. Sinwar is dead. This is true. More than 30 basis points of the gap between core PC can thus be attributed to data distortions in motor vehicle insurance inflation. Finally, I know.
And be unburdened by what has been. You know? What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be.
Are you burdened by what has been? I don't think so.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened.
I still don't understand exactly what this means. I love Wizard Cat. And I'm unburdened. This dude just fell out of a coconut tree. Industry rate filings are formal submissions made by insurance companies to state regulatory bodies. Oh wow, another bot. Detailing proposed changes to their premium rates. approved and filed insurance premiums. This refers to rate increases that insurance companies have either 1. Received approval from by regulatory authorities, or 2. Officially filed with regulators, which may still be pending approval. Total personal auto insurance premiums. This is the total number of premiums that the insurance companies have actually collected from policyholders for personal auto insurance. Okay. Assuming this is correct. Is that your friend with the bot? This is PPG Dog. Are you asking is PPG Dog my friend? PPG Dog's my friend because he's actually voting for Kamala.
Oh my god. Magna.
The bot man? No, the bot man is not my friend.
Really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
Okay, I don't know if AI is just making this up. These seem like reasonable explanations, but I really don't know. Because I don't really know if this... They meant the states that want to switch sending electoral votes to the national popular vote and subvert the will of the people. You mean the National Popular and Vote Compact? That's based. Because the Electoral College is just dumb. So. Do they, like, email me it? That's bad and racist. I think the whole presidential election theme thing. Yeah, I understand. What do you think is a good idea? The national, what's it called? National Popular Vote Interstate Compact, I think is what it's called. These citations don't lead anywhere. This is UK. Okay. Well, I wouldn't necessarily be against that. I think a national popular vote is better, but I think proportional doing proportional electoral vote allocation is probably good too. I don't know if I need to take notes on this. I think this is just useful to have. So maybe here, what should I do for that then? Localist, I want to be opposed to that, but I also still think it would be preferable to just have a system where whoever wins the national popular vote wins the election, and the national popular vote interstate compact would assure that would happen, which is why I would be in favor of it. But like, yeah, dude, I mean, Democrats would win. I'm pretty sure Democrats would win more elections if we had that system, right? Because like almost half of Texas's electoral votes would go to Democrats now, and although I guess it reverse is true for California, I guess, but I feel like that'd still probably favor Democrats. So true, localist. I also think the short tenure of presidents means you'll either end up with a spoils type system where the federal bureaucracy gets reshuffled every 48 years, or end up with a situation where the federal bureaucracy largely just acts on its own accord. Okay, well, we'll read this one. I don't know. This is just like... Wait, when is this written? Was this also written 1997? It better not be. 2013. Okay, that's fine. Recent enough. Even though they did change it a little bit since then. But it's been a big week for inflation numbers. We got 2 major reports from the Bureau of Statistics on consumer price and producer prices. We also got reports on consumer inflation expectations and business inflation expectations, which I've become increasingly interested in. Across these, the news range from decent to great. We still don't know for sure yet if we managed to get inflation under control without a recession, but the odds are looking better. But did you get that message clearly from the news report? My guess is that you didn't, because the media got the facts wrong. Because much of the coverage, certainly the coverage I saw, was unduly shaped by one number. That is, of course, core inflation, or annual inflation excluding food and energy, a measure that was useful in the past but became misleading in a post-COVID era. At any rate, many of the reports I saw said something like this: headline inflation was down in May, but core inflation remained elevated, conveying the impression that we may not be making much progress. Indeed, the consumer price data looks like this. If you look at price increases over the past year, overall inflation has come down a lot, but much of that reflects falling gasoline prices. So the traditional measure of core inflation, which doesn't include gas prices, has barely fallen at all. But everyone knowledgeable who is following these numbers knows that this comparison isn't telling much about what's actually happening. To see why, it's helpful to know something about the history of why we typically talk about 2 different measures of inflation. Okay, so core inflation, this excludes volatile food and energy prices. Has remained elevated post-COVID. As the media continue to report on. This can lead to the misimplication, to an incorrect implication that we haven't. In which progress. Bring down inflation. I don't know. I guess I'll mention it's remained high partly because it doesn't measure falling gas prices. A few densely populated urban areas or large states would dominate presidential elections. So true. But like they already, but like think about how like I never get like, I just feel like the electoral college is not a good safeguard against that. Like right now, a few swing states dominate presidential elections. Like and also, think about like how the people like there are millions of people in New York whose votes are meaningless because all of their electoral votes come from go to the Democrats because of New York State. The national popular vote would avoid that issue. Their votes would actually fucking count. Like, that's because it's winner-take-all system, not because of the electoral college. Well, I understand your point. You want the proportional vote thing, but like, why would? But like, I don't know what the proportional thing would solve that getting rid of the electoral college wouldn't. Everyone knowledgeable. Two-term measures. Way back in 1975, the economist Robert Gordon argued that it was important to distinguish between inflation driven by goods with highly volatile prices, yes, like food and energy, and what he called hardcore inflation, driven by goods and services whose prices tend to change more slugishly. Inflation caused by, say, a spike in oil prices tends to be easy come, easy go, but inflation driven by, say, rising wages tends to have a lot of inertia and can be hard to bring down. Or put another way, a measure that excluded more volatile prices could help extract the signal from noise. As a practical matter, the Federal Reserve ended up focusing on a measure of core inflation. The hard part of the name got lost along the way. That simply excluded food and energy, which historically would remain sources of large but temporary short-term fluctuations in inflation. And this focus was extremely useful in the aftermath of the financial crisis. There was a brief surge in inflation during 2010 to 2011, which had some people, mainly the political right, screaming the Fed was debasing the dollar. The Fed, however, kept calm and carried on because core inflation remained subdued, and the Fed was right. General idea of estimating a measure of core inflation. Electoral college serves as a check against sustained project to rig elections through mass immigration. California has more Republicans than any state, but they aren't represented. Yes, national popular vote would fix this. Texas has many Democrats, but they aren't represented. National popular vote would fix this. So would the proportional thing. Like, I agree. Like, we should also have the proportional thing. But, like, I think whoever wins the national popular vote should win the election. But, no, it doesn't. How does it not fix it? It just destroys the states. Okay. Okay, so because you see America as one unit. True, dude. Inflation, if I say spike in oil prices tends to be easy come, easy go. What was I gonna say? Right now, it's in a popular vote, but your family has been, you would say, for at least 5 generations to vote. 5 generations to vote? No, if you're a citizen, you should be able to vote. I understand you guys don't like brown people, but economist. But distinguish between inflation driven by goods with highly volatile prices and more underlying inflation. driven by goods, services used prices tend to change more slugishly. Inflation driven by oil shock. It's to go down a lot faster than inflation driven by fast rising wages. Fed focuses on core PC, which excludes volatile food and energy prices. Ever seen the news episode of the Brian McLennan show? It covers the Electoral College, your favorite thing ever, in the national popular vote. No. John idea estimated core inflation. Was it a good one? Problem is, there's no measure of core inflation. No longer does a good job at extracting a signal from the noise. If anything, it adds to noise. One reason is that a large temporary shocks are now coming from sources other than food and energy, notably supply chain disruptions that led, for example, to huge swings in the price of used cars. However, recently, there's been supply side issues. Causing volatile swings in prices. Other than food and energy. For example, supply chain disruptions causing a spike in the price of used cars. Even more important, traditional core inflation is strongly affected by the price of shelter, which is about 40% of the core. The main components of shelter inflation, in turn, are the average rent paid by tenants and owners equivalent rent, an estimate of what homeowners would be paying if they were renters, and measure basically derived from average rents. Core inflation, OER. More heavily. Is that proper grammar? I think it is. But here's the thing, most tenants have fairly long leases, so the average rent tenants pay lags behind, far behind rents paid by new tenants. Wild. OER lags behind spot rents. Ordinarily, this isn't a big issue, but there's a huge surge in rents between 2021 and early 2022, probably driven by the rise in remote work. This surge is now well behind us. We know from a number of private estimates of market rents, for example, Zillow, and we now have some official numbers. Researchers at the Bureau of Labor Statistics calculate both average rental rates and new tenant rates. NTRR is actually falling, but ATRR is still rising, although less than it was before. What it tells us is that the standard measure of core inflation is strongly affected by data that's very out of date. The latest numbers are driven in large by by surging shelter costs. But the markets aren't actually rising at 8% annual rate. They're flat or falling. One more thing. In the past, it may have made sense to look at changes over the last year, but in an economy going through as much turmoil as we've gone through recently, it's just too long a lag. Monthly data is too noisy, so many economists are now focusing on either 3 or 6 month changes. My sense is that even the 3 months data is too noisy, so 6 months is better. But in any case, we don't want to focus on annual rates of change. So what should we be focusing on? My preferred measure these days is Supercore, which excludes both used car prices and shelter. Here's what it looks like on a 6 month basis. Wild. Okay, so Moody's measure shows a clearer picture of inflation, which probably isn't going to be. People got really mad about the Supercore inflation because it excludes. I mean, it does exclude like most of what people buy or whatever, but probably in a picture getting reporting. To be fair, other measures are less clear, and my main purpose today isn't to argue that we went into more inflation, although I do think we are. My point instead is to news organizations stop playing up estimates of annual inflation excluding food and energy. Once upon a time, this was a usual number, but at this point, it's a relic, a legacy of bygone age. And putting that fossil statistic in a story's what ends up misleading readers more than informing them.
Lead.
Did he, why can't I click on him? Did he say anything about the new inflation numbers? Oh, he hasn't yet. Because they were 0.1% above expectations. Curb went epically on. I've seen a Subway Surfer clip 4 days. Yeah, I mean, it's just like a loop. Yeah. It's not, I think it's a 20-minute loop put all together. And it switches between Minecraft and Subway Surfers. I don't know, like it's just, I think it's a 20-minute video altogether. Would you got? I mean, I could make a longer one. It'd just be like, maybe I can add some like soap cutting clips. Oh, you know what? They might mention this as well. Silicone rolling is the best. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Where they like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like they have two like rolling cylinders and like they put like weird silicone, yeah, like this stuff. I guess I can put some of this in here. Well, that one's kind of bad, but yeah. Why doesn't it? It doesn't actually. Oh, yes, it does. Okay. I've heard of ones where the person included working. It's just someone wasting silicone and trying to be shitty. Trying to be shitty ASMR. Yeah, it's awesome. Do you think there's like a story out there of like an actual like silicone plant and like they started just like recording their videos for fun But then like they started making more money from from just the silicone rolling clips than their actual silicone business, and they just turned into a content farm. I bet that's had to happen to like someone somewhere that has happened to. That has to be the case. Surely. Probably some adult toy Etsy shop turned, yeah, ASMR. I bet. Core services CPI. Core services accelerated to a still high 4.4%. 3-month core CPI no longer includes very low. Housing components of core services. Rent to primary residence CPI decelerated to 3.4%. Been zigzagging up and down. 3-month rate accelerated a hair. Rent CPI accounts for 7.7% overall CPI. Based on rents and tenants actually paid. Not asking rents, so that's not owner's equivalent rent. And then owner's equivalent rent has been zigzagging as well. Church roads to rent a primary residence in blue. Indies, Silo, asking rents or whatever. Right. Left and right axis both increased by 55%. Oh wait, yeah, they said wildly different axes. Apparel and footwear. What do you think of it? I don't know enough about him, Tracer. Okay, we'll have to read more shit tomorrow. I gotta edit shit. Khan is sad. Why? Just because I don't know about him? Charts, data. True. I love charts, data, and math. Alright, I gotta head over to work. Alright, thank you for watching, everyone. I will stream you tomorrow. Hopefully. I don't know. I have fucking college work shit. It's dumb. I don't know. It'll be, but yeah, hit that follow button if you haven't. If you have not, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Really need people to sub to the YouTube channel right now. I love stream. Love you guys watch me stream. Yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you guys. See you tomorrow. See you guys. Love you guys. Bye guys. Bye chat. Bye chat. Bye chat.